at value creation in the kind of data or of knowledge and technology transfer, or topics like technology management. Thank you very much for listening. I wish you a successful, very successful conference. I'm happy if you address any questions to me. I'm willing to enter any kind of dialogue, and just email me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that address, Thorsten. I do indeed appreciate that point about MSMEs joining a digital ecosystem. I think that's something fairly new that might be a difficult change to adapt to for some, but it's certainly an interesting way of putting it. Just a reminder, of course, that there will be questions and answers for this session, for this event. But first, we'll be hearing from all of our presenters, so please keep a hold of your questions and we'll hear them at the end. Next up, we have Mr. Ha, who has a wealth of experience in smart manufacturing and innovation management. Mr. Ha, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me from Vietnam? Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to join this conference. So very happy to share my experience, and also from young people who can how to say inspired by Industrial 4.0, and also from the view of developing countries how we can join to the Industrial 4.0 journey. So let I start with the sentence from the Klaus Schwab. So he talked about the Industrial 4.0, and yeah, and you can see that the Industrial 4.0 is not only for industry revolution, it's also related to the social evolution. So that's the reason that the Industrial 4.0, how to say, impact to our life. Yeah, we have 4 industrial revolution, and also we have 5 social evolution. So, and also from the economy's view, so you can see now we shift to the innovation-driven economies, not only investment-driven economies, and also in the innovation-driven economies, the national productivity enhancement based on science, technology, and innovation is very important. And our organization, APO, ASEAN Productivity Organization, also support the member country to develop master plans on productivity based on the science, technology, and innovation. And also in that case, Industrial 4.0 is also very important. And you can see from the context view, so we have the way to move to the Industrial 4.0. But how about from the developing country as Vietnam? So we have a cooperation with the TUC, a member of TUC in Germany, to do the assessment with the 15th enterprise in Vietnam, and how we can join to the Journal of Industrial 4.0. And with the 15 company in Vietnam, you can see here the how to say, the overall assessment matrix score is not high. So we reached the level 0.9 in the total 5 score. Yeah, it's not high, and it is also the challenges for SME in developing country to join to the Journal of Industrial 4.0. And how should we do in that situation? So, you know, our APO organization provides several workshops, several activity, and several training courses to have the developing country to join with the Industrial 4.0, and also for the young people. So I have the comment for them, because it is, if you can realize the way to go to the Industrial 4.0, if you cannot find the road, the suitable road, it's very, very difficult for you to approach to the Industrial 4.0. And our team group from APO, so we have a research that we found the way for the young people, for the developing countries. Yeah, developing countries similar to young people, right? To join to the Industrial 4.0. So you can see we have six steps to approach Industrial 4.0. The first is we have to arrange our management based on labor to improve the efficiencies and improve the productivity. The second step, we have to move to the management based on resources. Yeah, the third step is we have to move to management based on the comprehensive. And the next is management based on our knowledge management. And the next is management based on digitalization. This step is our Industrial 4.0. So it means that we cannot directly go to the way to contact to Industrial 4.0. We have the several steps. And this is the final step? No, we found that we still have another step to improve your efficiencies of your organization. It's the innovation-based management. So now I will through to the sixth step. You can see in the detail. What is the labor-based management? Oh, sorry. So you can see that with the new enterprises, new organization, we have to set up the basics and how to get the efficiencies based on the labor productivity. The first step we have to find the way that, and also 5S is also one of the tools. It's very simple tool and easy to apply and delivers the result to improve your productivity in your organization and in your productivity. And you have 5S, actually it's quite simple. It's the series, systems, and SESO, SESCO, and SESCE. It's very, very simple way, and it's the basic way for your organization. And if you apply 5S in your company, you can change the mind of the labor in your organization. And when you successful in the first step, you move to the second step with the resource-based management. What is resource-based management? In this case, we have to focus on the productivity based on the machine, based on the system, based on the production procedure. So in this case, TPM is also the tool, and also quality control, statistic process control is also the very efficient tool to have your organization to move to the next step. And the next step is we should set up the comprehensive based management system. So it means that in this case, you can apply to your organization, to your enterprises, the management system based on standards. So we have several standards, for example, ISO 9000, as you know, ISO 14000, ISO 50000, and so another ISO system. Based on that, you can set up your organization also management based on non-standard management system based on non-standard. For example, you can apply another TQM or CRM or another system. These are in the this step. And I suggest that you should integrate another ISO system, another standard-based system in your organization in this step. And when you finish this step, you can move to another step. That means the management based on knowledge productivities. And also we have several knowledge management tools to apply to your organization, to apply to your enterprise in this stage. And also another important tool you should think in this stage is the lean management. Because as you know that normally 95% of operation time does not create additional value to customer. That is a very, very important. And you can reduce the wasting times. You can reduce the, the time is not create the value for your enterprises applied by Leans. So in that case, you can improve your productivity, improve the satisfying customer, improve the profit, and create, improve the quality, and to optimization your system. That step is very important to help your company, to have your organization move to the digital stage. So in this case, we move to the fifth step, the step 5. So in the step 5 is the step for Industrial 4.0. And in this case, you have to create the physical, cyber physical system. Cyber is mean the cyber system, and the physical is your current system with the machine, with the people. And to connect the cyber system and physical system, you should use standard and solution. So we have several standards to connect the cyber system and physical system. And if you apply the standard for integrate the physical system and cyber system, in that case, you can integrate your digital transformation state to another ones. For example, you can integrate the physical system from another company to cyber system from another company. So if we use the standard, and one of the standard is ISO ISA 95 for smart manufacturing. So in this case, we can see your level of your enterprise to transform to a digital state. And actually, in this case, you have to be manage your data stream in your company, in your organization. And based on your resources, based on your finance, you can digitalize the data stream. Yes, you will not be unable to digitalize all system. You should have the roadmap to move to the step by step. So that is my recommendation. And also in Vietnam, we try to have the transforming the smart manufacturing system in 4 steps. So you can see in the step 0. Step 0 is we create the foundation for enterprise productivity management. So in this case, we do the labor-based management, the resource-based management, the comprehensive-based management, the knowledge-based management. So the outcome of knowledge-based management will be moved to the digital-based management. And in this case, we have to do the assessment in the step 1. We have to build a roadmap in the step 2. And also we have to move to the step 3 is the solution, deploying solution. So in this case, you can see if we do the 4th step, from the developing country, SME from developing country. In this case, we can move your organization, move SME to the digital state. I mean the move to the transformation state. And what can we do that? Yes, we need the training. Training is very important because if we can see the Industrial 4.0 is just the solution or just the IT, we cannot move your organization into the digital state. And we have several training courses under the ASEAN Productivity Organization. And we also have the Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing under the APO. And is the digital transformation is the ultimate destination? Yes, it's not. We still have another thing to do. So yes, it is the innovation-based management. It's also the next step after we transform your organization to the digital stage. And that's the reason that the Professor Tosin Posel, he talked in the previous presentation that there's connection between the digital and also innovation. And this is a way. So you see, you are here. We at the present, we intend for the opportunity, and we want to realization of the value of that productivity, of that opportunities. And what can we do? Yes, first we should identify the opportunities and then create the concept, validate the concept, develop the solution, and deploy the solution. To do that, we have to analyze the context of organization, the external, internal issue, the culture, the cooperation. We have to get the leadership for that, the commitment, the vision, strategy, and the policy. Of course, we need the support from the finance, from another resources, from the tool and methodologies. And this is our system. This system is ISO 56002 to help your organization to move to the innovation management system. And also under APO now we developing some course and some training course, some research related to the way to move to the new innovation standard for SME. So this is my conclusion for young people. Yes, of course, because whether you are old or young, whether you want to join to this revolution of Industrial 4.0 or not, but Industrial 4.0 still intervenes in your life, and you have only one way to quickly adapt to the Industrial 4.0, especially when you are young. And you need a roadmap to approach Industrial 4.0, as I suggest in my presentation. It's 6-step model in my presentation. And this model is not only for young people, it can be a part of startup business or a developing country which want to start to approach Industrial 4.0. And currently, we improve this model widely in Vietnam. And the most important thing to help you to implement the idea is learning. My message in this presentation for young people is learning. And also APO and another organization will support the training programs in digital transformation, innovation management, and another important training program to help you to join to the Industrial 4.0 journey. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ha. I thought that was a very interesting presentation. I think it's very easy for us to focus on the possibilities and the promises of Industry 4.0, but I feel like your presentation really set out the necessary precursors that have to be in place for us to, proceed towards that new environment. So moving on to our final speaker today, we have Mr. Bayu, who, in addition to being the co-founder of MSMB, is an associate professor in the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, Faculty of Agricultural Technology at Universitas Gadjah Mada. Mr. Bayu, over to you, please, on stage.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and I will deliver my presentation in bahasa Indonesia. Oke, terima kasih kepada UNIDO dan juga kepada Kementerian Perindustrian yang sudah mengundang saya untuk sharing terkait dengan bagaimana implementasi atau best practices terkait dengan penerapan Industri 4.0 di masyarakat atau di SME, dalam hal ini adalah di bidang pertanian. Next. Oke, hari ini saya akan menjelaskan bagaimana tentang implementasi terkait dengan bidang pertanian, bagaimana integrasi antara teknologi pertanian dan juga agribisnis untuk mensupport agriculture ekosistem di Indonesia. Dalam hal ini adalah kaitannya dengan penerapan Industri 4.0. Next. Oke, sebelum saya menjelaskan semua presentasi, hari ini saya akan menjelaskan apa sih yang akan saya presentasikan. Yang pertama adalah terkait dengan permasalahan saat ini seperti apa. Kemudian yang kedua adalah bagaimana solusinya, bagaimana teknologi pertanian dan juga agribisnis ini berkolaborasi, berintegrasi dalam suatu ekosistem pertanian. Nah, kemudian yang ketiga adalah terkait dengan case study atau studi kasus terkait dengan apa yang kita lakukan hal ini dengan Asian Development Bank gitu ya, dan juga dengan Bappenas terkait dengan implementasi tersebut. Nah, kemudian yang terakhir adalah achievement atau pencapaian apa yang sudah kita lakukan. Next. Nah, next. Oke, terkait dengan permasalahan saat ini kita tidak bisa menghindari adalah terkait dengan perubahan iklim. Kita tahu sendiri bahwa saat ini kita juga unpredictable gitu ya, cuacanya gitu ya. Jadi kalau di Indonesia sendiri musim hujan itu adalah di bulan Oktober sampai Maret. Tetapi kondisinya sekarang berbeda, berubah, bergeser. Nah, data dari Kementerian Pertanian menyebutkan bahwa saat ini climate change ini atau perubahan iklim ini telah menyebabkan gagal tanam atau gagal panen. Data dari Kementerian Pertanian menyebutkan bahwa di tahun 2018-2019 itu terjadi penurunan sampai 20%. Nah, kemudian kita bisa lihat di sini bahwa terjadi banjir, kemudian kekeringan, kemudian juga kebakaran hutan. Next. Nah, kemudian juga selain dari faktor perubahan iklim tadi juga disebabkan oleh adanya serangan hama dan penyakit tanaman. Dan ini bisa dilihat berapa kerugian akibat dari hama dan penyakit tanaman tersebut. Next. Nah, mengapa ini terjadi? Tadi saya menyinggung bahwa ini akibat dari perubahan iklim. Nah, kenapa ini bisa terjadi? Gagal tanam maupun gagal panen tersebut adalah terkait dengan level information atau level informasi. Kalau kita lihat sekarang, Bapak Ibu menggunakan smartphone, kemudian juga terkoneksi dengan internet, level dari informasi terkait dengan cuaca ini hanya sampai pada level kecamatan. Padahal, kalau kita bicara tentang pertanian, informasi yang dibutuhkan adalah sampai pada level desa atau level lahan. Kita tahu sendiri bahwa cuaca sifatnya sangat fluktuatif sekali. Dinamikanya sangat cepat sekali. Hari ini atau pagi ini hujan, belum tentu nanti siang atau sore akan hujan. Berikutnya juga jarak 3-4 km itu juga akan berbeda. Mungkin di sini hujan, tetapi jarak 3 atau 4 km dari sini mungkin berawan. Nah, kalau informasi ini digeneralisasi, disamakan semua, nah inilah yang menyebabkan gagal tanam maupun gagal panen. Karena apa? Ya tadi, digeneralisasi semua informasinya, padahal kondisi real di lapangan itu berbeda. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua adalah terkait dengan informasi itu sendiri, atau knowledge, atau pengetahuan petani terhadap perubahan iklim. Kalau kita menemui petani, kemudian kita berbicara tentang perubahan iklim ini, kenapa cuaca sekarang bergeser? Mereka menyebut adalah ini hal yang biasa. Hal yang biasa dan ini akan seperti semula. Padahal kondisinya sudah berubah. Kita tahu sendiri tadi saya sampaikan bahwa hujan saja sekarang bergeser, yang harusnya Oktober sekarang bulan November. Dan bahkan juga informasinya bahwa tahun ini terjadi La Nina. Tetapi petani menganggap bahwa ini hal yang biasa. Nah, itulah yang menyebabkan banyak sekali terjadi gagal tanam dan gagal panen. Next. Nah, kemudian juga ada beberapa tantangan atau challenge terkait dengan pertanian ini. Yang pertama adalah tadi saya sampaikan unpredictable weather atau cuaca yang tidak bisa diprediksi. Kemudian juga bagaimana penentuan kalender tanam atau planting schedule di sini. Nah, kemudian juga untuk penentuan tanaman mana yang ditanam yang paling cocok dengan kondisi saat ini. Kemudian juga terkait dengan bagaimana mengontrol atau mengendalikan tadi hama dan penyakit tanaman, yang akhirnya ini akan berpengaruh pada petani sendiri adalah bagaimana mereka menjual komoditasnya itu dengan harga yang pantas atau fair price. Next. Nah, yang paling penting saat ini itu ya adalah terkait dengan regenerasi petani. Data dari BPS di Indonesia, rata-rata petaninya adalah usianya di atas 55 tahun. Bagaimana dengan kondisi 10 atau 15 tahun ke depan kalau regenerasi ini tidak dimulai? Nah, bagaimana cara melakukan regenerasi ini? Adalah salah satunya dengan pengenalan teknologi. Next. Nah, ini solusinya. Jadi solusinya kita tidak hanya mengandalkan dari sisi dari sisi agribisnis, atau dari sisi teknologi saja, tetapi itu harus ada integrasi. Bagaimana integrasi antara teknologi pertanian dan juga agribisnis ini dalam suatu ekosistem pertanian. Next. Nah, ini beberapa integrated platform gitu ya. On farm adalah di lahannya gitu ya, teknologi yang ada di lahan, kemudian juga di off farm-nya gitu ya. Di off farm-nya atau di hilirnya, kemudian juga kita juga harus menyediakan suatu platform untuk monitoring kondisi baik di hulu maupun di hilirnya. Next. Nah, ini yang pertama, ini teknologi yang ada di hulunya atau di lahannya. Kita bisa melihat di sini ada beberapa teknologi yang ada di lahan tersebut. Kalau kita bicara tentang pertanian cerdas atau smart farming, kita bisa melihat di sini ada drone, ada sensor, ada aplikasi gitu ya. Itu adalah satu kesatuan yang tidak bisa dipisahkan. Kenapa ini tidak bisa dipisahkan? Yang pertama adalah yang paling kiri adalah namanya drone surveillance. Drone surveillance ini mempunyai 3 fungsi utama dalam pertanian. Yang pertama adalah dia ini sebenarnya sebagai suatu rekomendator atau memberikan informasi terkait dengan kondisi di lahan itu seperti apa. Karena saya sampaikan bahwa pertanian itu sangat unik sekali. Sangat unik dan tidak bisa 100% diselesaikan dengan teknologi, apalagi pertanian di Indonesia. Karena apa? Karena di Indonesia pertanian masih sangat tergantung pada local wisdom atau kearifan lokal. Sehingga memang teknologi itu tidak bisa menyelesaikan 100%. Nah, itu yang pertama. Jadi sebagai rekomendator untuk memberikan informasi di lahan tersebut sebenarnya kurang apa. Misalnya di situ adalah kekurangan pupuk N atau kekurangan air, sehingga teknologi yang dipasang di lahan tersebut adalah yang terkait dengan tadi, dengan pupuk atau dengan air. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, drone surveillance ini adalah memberikan informasi. Jadi dalam satu siklus tanam, misal dalam pertanian itu adalah sekitar 3 bulan, itu adalah 2-3 kali dia jalan. Maksudnya apa? Maksudnya adalah dia harus memastikan kondisi pertumbuhan tanamannya itu seperti apa. Sehingga nanti di akhir musim tanam kita bisa tahu kira-kira produktivitasnya itu berapa ton per hektar. Itu yang kedua. Nah, kemudian yang ketiga adalah terkait dengan asuransi pertanian. Saat ini di Indonesia kalau kita akan, misalnya petani akan mengajukan klaim kepada asuransi, masih bersifat secara manual. Jadi dari pihak asuransi akan menerjunkan petugasnya untuk mengecek apakah benar terjadi kerusakan lahan yang itu harus diberikan suatu kompensasi. Nah, dengan adanya drone surveillance ini, begitu di capture, kita akan bisa tahu benar terjadi kerusakan dan harus diberikan kompensasi kepada petani, dan itu bisa langsung diberikan secara cepat. Itu fungsi drone surveillance. Nah, kemudian kita ke step selanjutnya adalah farm monitoring system atau sistem monitoring lahan. Kita bisa melihat di situ ada sensor, kemudian ada aplikasi gitu. Apa sih yang menarik di sini? Kalau kita bicara hanya tentang sensor, hanya teknologi, itu hal yang biasa. Itu hanya suatu teknologi. Tetapi yang kita buat adalah itu sebagai suatu solusi. Solusinya apa? Jadi kita membundling, kita menggabungkan gitu ya, data dari sensor itu kita olah datanya menjadi sesuatu yang mudah dipahami oleh si petani. Karena petani sendiri sebenarnya tidak membutuhkan teknologi ini. Sebenarnya apa yang dibutuhkan petani? Yang dibutuhkan petani adalah masalah kepastian. Kondisinya besok seperti apa dan saya harus melakukan apa. Nah, itu kita berikan dalam bentuk apa? Notifikasi dan rekomendasi. Jadi begitu data diambil dari sensor kemudian diberikan secara real time, itu tidak kita berikan secara data mentah ke petani, tetapi kita olah data itu menjadi sesuatu yang mudah dipahami oleh si petani. Sebagai contoh, kalau kondisi di lahan adalah 30 derajat Celcius. Nah, itu apa artinya? Bagi kita sendiri bingung gitu ya. Petani juga bingung, 30 derajat Celcius itu artinya apa? Tetapi kita olah data itu menjadi sesuatu yang mudah dipahami oleh si petani. 30 derajat Celcius kaitannya dengan misalnya petani itu menanam tanaman padi. Seperti apa? Apakah suhunya terlalu tinggi, apakah suhunya rata-rata, ataukah suhunya terlalu rendah? Nah, informasi itu yang penting bagi petani, bukan data mentahnya. Ini yang disebut dengan solusi. Kalau teknologi, tadi sensor, kemudian aplikasi itu suatu teknologi gitu. Tetapi itu belum menjadi suatu solusi. Nah, kemudian yang berikutnya adalah terkait dengan drone sprayer. Drone sprayer ini kaitannya dengan sensor adalah dia berjalan atau bergerak sesuai dengan rekomendasi tadi. Sebagai contoh, kebiasaan petani adalah mereka melakukan pemupukan adalah 10 hari setelah tanam. Nah, nanti dilihat dari notifikasi dan rekomendasi 10 hari setelah tanam cuacanya seperti apa. Kalau cuacanya berawan, maka rekomendasinya adalah silahkan lakukan pemupukan. Nah, drone sprayer ini akan jalan. Itu kaitannya. Jadi ada drone, baik itu surveillance maupun sprayer dengan teknologi sensor tadi atau dengan aplikasi. Next. Nah, ini seperti ini contoh bisa dilihat notifikasi dan rekomendasinya gitu ya. Misalnya tingkat unsur haranya rendah. Kemudian apa yang harus dilakukan oleh si petani? Nah, ini yang solusi, bukan data mentahnya 31 derajat Celcius atau hujannya sekian, tidak seperti itu, tapi sudah diolah menjadi informasi yang itu memudahkan petani. Next. Nah, ini beberapa hal gitu ya, kenapa kita memerlukan monitoring dan weather condition ini dengan teknologi IoT. Next. Nah, ini adalah proof of concept. Jadi apa yang kita lakukan ini sebenarnya bukan hal yang baru. Waktu saya studi di tahun 2013 saya pulang ke Indonesia, saya sebenarnya sudah melakukan penelitian ini gitu ya, dengan beberapa kolega dari Jepang. Kemudian di riset, kemudian setelah itu di tahun 2018 MSMB ini berdiri, startup ini berdiri. Next. Nah, ini adalah beberapa tulisan secara ilmiah. Jadi apa yang kita lakukan tidak berdasar dari tiba-tiba kemudian membuat, tetapi juga di situ ada proof of concept-nya, ada tulisannya yang bisa dibuktikan secara ilmiah gitu ya. Dan ini kita lakukan juga dengan Bappenas dan juga dengan beberapa lembaga. Next. Nah, ini feature-nya gitu ya. Jadi kalau kita bicara pertanian itu kan sangat luas gitu ya. Sehingga di sini juga ada feature-nya. Yang pertama adalah komoditas gitu ya. Kita bisa melihat komoditas apa sekarang yang ditanam petani, kemudian juga ada prediksi, yield prediction gitu ya, kemudian ada artikel yang ini memberikan informasi isu-isu terkini terkait dengan pertanian itu seperti apa, yang kita update setiap 3 hari sekali. Kemudian juga ada forum ini seperti dalam tanda kutip seperti Facebook, kita bisa komen, bisa menyampaikan sesuatu, kemudian kita bisa komen. Nah, kemudian juga ada land information atau informasi lahan. Informasi lahan ini terkait dengan kondisi berapa sih sekarang yang ditanam oleh si petani, luas lahannya itu berapa. Kemudian notifikasi dan rekomendasi, kemudian ada pest identification yang kita menggunakan teknologi artificial intelligence. Kemudian juga ada untuk meng-engage si petani tadi menggunakan aplikasi adalah dengan adanya poin, kita berikan poin. Nah, kemudian ada fertilizer atau pemupukan, kemudian monitoring lahan, dan juga ada harga panen yang kita juga bekerjasama dengan Bank Indonesia. Next. Nah, kemudian yang kedua, tadi kita bicara di lahannya atau di hulunya. Nah, ini di agribisnisnya. Agribisnis in agricultural ecosystem with technology. On farm-nya. Jadi kita membentuk suatu kawasan yang di situ kita mengikutkan beberapa stakeholder. Kalau kita bicara tentang kemitraan gitu ya, atau ekosistem mungkin sudah hal yang biasa. Perbankan, kemudian dinas pertanian, mereka sudah memiliki partnership atau kemitraan, tetapi teknologi ini yang belum ada. Nah, di situ kami menyediakan suatu teknologi, jadi kita bundling dalam suatu ekosistem tadi, dalam stakeholder tadi ada sebagai agri-tech providernya, ada agri-input providernya, atau toko tani, ada perbankan di situ, kemudian juga ada off-taker. Jadi ini juga salah satu menghindari dalam tanda kutip tengkulak, kemudian juga fluktuasi harga, karena apa? Semua sudah dikondisikan. Nah, kemudian juga pemerintah masuk di sini, gitu ya. Pemerintah kemudian juga penyuluh. Next. Nah, ini beberapa keuntungan gitu ya, keuntungan dalam kalau kita membuat suatu ekosistem bagi petani atau lokal community atau kelompok tani. Yang pertama, dia akan mendapatkan akses perbankan, kemudian juga akses teknologi, kemudian juga fair price atau harga yang pantas, harga bisa stabil gitu ya, tidak fluktuatif, kemudian juga mendapatkan akses terkait dengan pupuk, kemudian dengan saprodi dan sebagainya. Nah, bagi perbankan adalah dia mendapatkan customer acquisition gitu ya. Jadi sudah jelas siapa sih yang nasabahnya siapa, kemudian juga ada garansi panen gitu ya. Jadi pasti akan dikembalikan kurnya atau kreditnya gitu ya. Termasuk di sini certainty of loan returning from farmers. Nah, kemudian bagi toko tani gitu ya. Jadi ada market yang jelas, kemudian juga kita bisa menyalurkan produk kita gitu sesuai dengan dan jelas gitu ya. Nah, kemudian bagi penyuluh adalah tentang informasi yang terupgrade. Nah, kemudian dari off taker adalah ada kepastian dari petani, dari produk, dan yang paling penting yang saat ini berkembang adalah traceability atau konsep transparansi. Yang itu akan membuat si konsumen itu menjadi aman. Next. Nah, ini adalah konsep traceability atau istilahnya transparansi gitu ya. Yang selama ini mungkin transparansi itu dibuat setelah panen, tetapi dalam konsep yang kita buatnya adalah dari hulunya. Jadi teknologi-teknologi yang ada tadi itu sebenarnya untuk mendapatkan data terkait dengan terkait dengan traceability ini, dikaitkan dengan traceability. Jadi nanti arahnya adalah safe and responsible consumption. Jadi aman gitu ya untuk dikonsumsi. Next. Nah, ini yang kami lakukan dengan perbankan dan juga dengan pihak pemerintah adalah kita scan gitu ya dengan QR code akan ketahuan nama petaninya siapa, jenis varietasnya apa, pupuknya apa, dosisnya berapa akan langsung ketahuan, akan langsung terekod. Dan ini kalau misalnya kita jual gitu ya ke Jakarta atau dari daerah ke Jakarta, kita akan tahu. Kita kan tidak mungkin bertanya kepada penjaga tokonya, ini produk dari mana. Tetapi dengan di scan, di QR code, kita akan tahu ini jenisnya apa, petaninya dari mana, dan sebagainya. Next. Nah, ini yang tadi saya sampaikan, untuk memonitor kondisi di ekosistem tadi, kita membutuhkan suatu dashboard. Next. Nah, ini data petaninya yang bisa kita jadikan sebagai rujukan. Next. 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 Ya. Nah, ini yang kita lakukan dengan Asian Development Bank, ADB. Next. Jadi kita ada 2 lokasi proyek di Pasaman Barat di Sumatera Barat dan di Sukabumi di Jawa Barat gitu ya, tentang leveraging ICT in irrigated agriculture extension. Jadi di sini ada sekitar 25.000 hektar dan 50.000 petani yang terlibat. Dan di situ juga include teknologinya gitu ya, ada drone tadi, kemudian ada sensor. Next. Nah, ini social impact-nya gitu ya. Jadi ada peningkatan pendapatan petani, kemudian juga mendapatkan akses teknologi dan juga mereka kemudahan mendapatkan pembiayaan. Next. Nah, ini beberapa kegiatan yang kami lakukan gitu ya dalam sosialisasi yang melibatkan juga women gitu, petani wanita gitu ya. Next. Next. Nah, ini achievement-nya. Next. Jadi di tahun 2018 saat kami berdiri, gitu, kami juga menjadi winner untuk Making Indonesia 4.0 di Indonesia. Kemudian juga kami mendapatkan penghargaan 2019 di Alinus P Singapura. Kemudian juga 2019 Smart App Award di Hong Kong. Kemudian juga IPIC Global di Oktober 2019, gitu ya. Kemudian juga ICT Award. Dan kemudian APEC lokal untuk SME dari Kementerian Koperasi, waktu itu kami mewakili Indonesia di Manila. Next. Dan yang paling terakhir adalah di tahun lalu, tahun 2020, kami menjadi juara di Hermes Startup Award di Hannover Messe tahun 2020. Dan berikut videonya. Next. Ya, play. Sound.
Mr. Bayu, maybe I'll just remind you of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, and I will back to moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I think it was very interesting to see some of the really specific technological interventions that are becoming available for agriculture. So thank you for that. That concludes the presentation section of this session. So thank you very much to all our speakers. And now I would like to open the floor for the Q&A. So since this is a hybrid sort of meeting, we're going to have hopefully questions from the floor, but also questions over our online Zoom connection. So please, now the floor is open for any questions. Perhaps while we're getting started, I'll ask one in the first instance for Mr. Ha. As we know, Industry 4.0 is not just one thing, but it's a wide range of things. There's automation, there's mechanization, there's data analytics. So Mr. Ha, what skills specifically do you think are needed for young people to respond to Industry 4.0? Mr. Ha?
So sorry, can you repeat your question, because I cannot hear because of the technical issue.
Sure. So Industry 4.0 is not just a single thing, but it incorporates automation, mechanization, data analytics, many different aspects. What skills do you think are needed for young people to respond to Industry 4.0?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, so very good question, and I think that the important, because industrial, as you said, that is related to the automation, related to the analytical data. So the important is for young people is we have to change the mind, the mind. So that is my message. For example, previously when we focus on the how to say the quality management, so we should have the mind for the quality, step by step, process by process. So now when we move to the Industrial 4.0, we need another mind. So I think what is the mind here is the innovation mind. So the innovation means the young people will get the information from the outside of the organization, from the inside of the organization, and they also set the culture for discussing, for discussing. And when we discussing, when we have an innovation mind, we have behavior to sharing the knowledge, to sharing the data, and to discussing and to solving the problem. Yeah, that is very important for young people. If we have closed minds, so we will not exchange the data. And Industrial 4.0 is exchange the data. Yeah, sharing the data, sharing the information. Yeah, thank you very much. That is my message for young people. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At the moment, I don't see any questions coming online. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who like to ask questions to our speakers, we ask you to just raise your hand and or go over to the standing mic that's located right there, and I see right there too. Kami persilahkan untuk ingin bertanya. Okay, in that case, Benjamin, if you'd allow me to ask one question that I have to Bapak Bayu. Yes, Bapak Bayu, I saw the presentation that you have delivered. It's a very informative as well as very substantial. Now, my question for you, Bapak, is I would like to ask the process of how the farmers were accepting the technology. Tentu semua industri 4.0 ini kan proses adaptasinya itu tidak mudah Bapak Ibu sekalian ya, terutama untuk para petani. Nah, proses adaptasinya itu untuk para petani untuk menggunakan teknologi ini seperti apa, Pak?
Ya, I will answer in Indonesian. Oke, jadi terkait dengan bagaimana adaptasinya adalah biasanya dalam suatu sosialisasi kami mensyaratkan dua hal. Ada dua hal. Yang pertama adalah anggota keluarga dari si petani. Yang tadi saya sampaikan bahwa rata-rata usia petani adalah di atas 55 tahun, itu harus ikut serta dalam suatu sosialisasi. Apalagi dalam kondisi pandemik saat ini, itu ya. Jadi pasti ada anggota keluarga yang mempunyai smartphone atau HP yang terkoneksi dengan internet. Itu adalah yang pertama, harus wajib, harus ada. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua adalah kita melibatkan karang taruna setempat atau pemuda di lokasi di mana kita melakukan suatu sosialisasi. Itu juga kita libatkan. Karena apa? Karena kita juga akan mengenalkan teknologi ini kepada para pemuda gitu, para pemuda di karang taruna setempat. Walaupun dia bukan anggota keluarga, bukan keluarga petani. Walaupun keluarga dia bukan keluarga petani, tetapi kita mengenalkan bahwa ini loh pertanian itu ternyata itu bisa loh teknologi masuk gitu ya. Ada loh teknologinya. Kita iming-iming drone tadi. Ada drone surveillance, ada drone sprayer, dan untuk menjalankan drone tadi itu membutuhkan suatu pelatihan, ada sertifikasinya. Nah, itulah yang kita berikan, kita informasikan kepada anak-anak muda yang ada di lokasi tersebut. Sehingga mereka ada ketertarikan untuk apa? Untuk terjun ke dunia pertanian walaupun dia bukan dari anggota keluarga petani. Itu yang kami lakukan seperti itu.
Luar biasa, thank you very much Pak Bayu. Jadi the key truly is teamwork and guidance. And yes, we welcome you to ask question, please.
I can. Thank you very much. To the speaker from Vietnam. My question is, you mentioned a standard for smart manufacturing, ISA 95. I would like to know whether, who developed this standard, number one, and second, related to incentive, whether there is certification to this standard, whether you have a system of accreditation certification to this system, to this standard, 95 smart manufacturing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you for your question. Yeah, 90.
Mr. Ha, please go ahead. I think you may be on mute.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your question. So, ISA 95 is developed from ANSI and from the IEC, from the IEC organization. So they have the relevant standard. So we call IEC 62264. So it's the relevant standard. So what is the meaning of this standard? So the meaning here is we have to connect the manufacturing areas and business areas. Yeah, normally in the manufacturing area we have the same language. So it's quite easy for you to connect the different procedure, but in the manufacturing, level. But when we, in the business level, we have another language. The important is how to connect the manufacturing level and business level. Because in that case, we have, for the smart manufacturing, we have to give the product in time, in the real time, right? And we don't have the time for stock. Yeah. So in that case, we have to connect the business level and manufacturing level. ISA 95 or IEC 62264 help us to analyze your data and your data streams. And when you connect the data streams, you can connect the manufacturing level and business level. And also you can see when you succeed to apply ISA 95 or IEC 62264, you can reach the ERP level from for the enterprises. Yeah. So in Vietnam, so we have several training courses for ISA 95 and also IEC 62264, and also we training this standard for IT solution company, because normally IT solution company, they develop their solution based on their technology. So, but when they have the knowledge on this standard, they will develop their solution based on standard. In this case, we can connect the IT solution between the company. And in that case, we can create the smart manufacturing ecosystem. We can connect it and exchange the data. Yeah, thank you very much for your question.
Benjamin, I see that we have one more member in the ballroom who would like to ask questions. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer. Actually, IEC 62264 is relevant to IR 3.0 rather than 4.0 because it actually relates to how the manufacturing process are automated. So my question is, if you follow this standard as a IR 4.0, so does it cover even ASI 95 also related to IR 3.0? I just wonder how can we relate? You just give some explanation that you just digitalized it and then you relate it with the IR 3.0. Can we develop some kind of a standard for, especially for ISO Industry 4.0, rather than depending on 62264, IEC 62264. I'm from Bangladesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Hamin Hip, the time is yours.
Thank you. The comment from Bangladesh representative. Yeah, you are right. So ISA 95 or IEC 62264 is just one of the standards that help us to connect from the automation to the digitalization stage. Actually, the issues we face when we move to the digital state is we have to connect the data from the old machine, old equipment, to the new machine and new equipment. So in that case, based on the standards, based on the data from the manufacturer, machine manufacturer, we will connect the data, get the data, and connect the data. Thank you. Your comment from Bangladesh, and I just give more further clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, sir, for the great question. Benjamin, back to you.
Sure. Maybe I'll just have one more question for Mr. Bayu, if he's willing. I was very interested in your presentation on these new technologies for in agriculture and for farmers, but I'm wondering what sort of increases in yield are you seeing from using these new technologies? How much is productivity increasing?
Thank you, Mr. Pen, for your question. I think about productivity is depend on location. As I mentioned before that agriculture is unique in Indonesia. One area and the other area is different condition and different good agricultural practices. So if we talk about productivity, it depend on this location and then depend on good agricultural practices in each area. But around about 20 until 30% increase of productivity, but not general same in each one area and the other area, but average in 20 until 30% of productivity in each commodity. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I see only a single question in our web chat about the MSMB website. Someone is having difficulty accessing it, so perhaps that can be one that can be addressed later rather than through this forum. If there are no more questions from the floor and no more questions in the chat, I would like to begin wrapping up this session. So thank you very much to all of our participants. It's definitely been an enlightening session. It's clear that in order to navigate Industry 4.0, MSMEs will need to continuously invest in their teams and in their management to ensure that they have the skills and the knowledge to operate in this data-rich world, and that they can innovate to keep up with their competition. The opportunities provided by new technologies could have a very positive effect on inclusive development by lowering costs to businesses and increasing their productivity. I see that there are many opportunities for entrepreneurs, not only, of course, to develop their own business, but also to provide new services to their partners and contribute to their greater output. So once again, thank you very much to our speakers. Of course, thank you to all of our attendees who have been here and enjoyed these presentations. I would like to also, of course, thank again our hosts, the Republic of Indonesia and UNIDO. And to close, I'll hand back to Amelia Yahya.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for excellently moderating the session. And we'd like to thank all of our speakers for sharing their insights with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them the biggest round of applause. Terima kasih banyak, Pak Bayu. You may return to your seats. Thank you. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we truly have UNIDO to thank for them to help to show us the opportunities as well as the obstacles and challenges in the fourth industrial revolution, or more referred to as Industry 4.0, to accelerate the transition to a more sustainable economy and a more sustainable energy. So ladies and gentlemen, next on our third session, let us now focus on transitioning to sustainable green industry and circular economy through Industry 4.0. So for that, please allow me to present to you this next video on the intro of session 3.
Towards Indonesia 2030, fostering economically efficient, ecologically friendly, and socially desirable patterns of industrial development, UNIDO has introduced a program that aims to develop resource-efficient and cleaner production. The program is based on the joint UNIDO-UNEP program on resource-efficient and cleaner production, or RECP, in developing and transition countries. UNIDO, together with Indonesia's Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the Ministry of Industry with the funding support of the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, has been successfully driving improvements in resource productivity and environmental performance of manufacturing and related sectors in Indonesia. Globally, RECP is an approach for increasing output with fewer resources and less waste through better methods, practices, and techniques. The RECP program has been implemented successfully in textile, industrial zones, tourism, and micro-enterprises, and has achieved encouraging results.
RECP innovations adopted by the enterprises have resulted in improving the production efficiencies and reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, waste, and pollution.
With the RECP program, significant environmental benefits have been achieved. The project also resulted in non-quantifiable benefits like the reduction of solid and hazardous waste, ozone-depleting potential chemicals, and unintentional persistent organic pollutants.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what our third session is all about. We're going to further understand the relationship between circular economy and its relationship and connection to the world of sustainability. So, how circularity contributes to a more sustainable world, but in return, not all sustainability initiatives are all about circularity, such as how circularity is more focused on resource cycles, whereas sustainability is more related to people, to the planet, as well as to the economy. So next, please allow me to welcome and introduce you to our moderator for the third session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Philip Orga, the Head of Economic Cooperation and Development of the Embassy of Switzerland in Indonesia, as well as Bapak Purwanto on stage. Let's give them the biggest round of applause.
Thank you, Ibu Amalia, for the warm welcome, and thank you everyone for attending the next panel discussion. So it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this session, which is about how to transition to a circular economy through Industry 4.0. My name is Philip Orga, and I'm the head of Swiss Economic Cooperation and Development, SECO, at the Swiss Embassy here in Jakarta. I would like to thank UNIDO for providing me the opportunity to moderate this exciting panel discussion. And before I introduce the panelists, I would like to quickly present today's topic and set the stage for this session. The principles of the circular economy seem to be quite simple. Be more efficient with the resources you have, reduce waste, and reuse what you can. So in a nutshell, do more with less. However, how to move from a linear to a circular economy is a bit more complicated. And that is exactly what we will talk about for the next 60+ minutes with our panelists. Through their presentations, the panelists will highlight the opportunities of Industry 4.0 as an enabler of a circular economy and introduce approaches that can help businesses accelerate the transition. Today, manufacturing takes raw materials from the environment and turns them into new products which are disposed after use. This pretty much characterizes a linear process. So in such a system, raw materials will at some point run out while waste is being accumulated. And obviously, such a system is not sustainable in the long run, and we need to find alternative solutions. With the global population predicted to reach 9 billion people by 2030, we are using more resources than the planet can provide. And our future will depend on whether we are able to use and reuse what we have in a sustainable way. Sustainability is also something that we, the Swiss government, together with UNIDO and the Ministry of Industry, promote here in Indonesia through the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program. GIPP focuses on boosting corporate resource efficiency and cleaner production practices, or in other words, more sustainable production methods. Now, luckily, one resource that is unlimited is innovation, and many companies are developing creative ways to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So throughout today's discussion, our panelists will introduce case studies where more sustainable production models have been successfully implemented. The circular economy is gaining increasing attention worldwide as a means to reduce dependency on primary materials and energy, while at the same time becoming an economically viable alternative to the linear economy. Yet, according to the first Circular Gap report, the world economy is only 9% circular, and research shows that the circular economy offers a $4.5 trillion economic opportunity by 2030. This is between 4 to 5% of the projected global GDP, or more than the entire German economy today. So looking at these figures, it becomes clear that to reach the full value potential of the circular economy, much more can and needs to be done. And this is where Industry 4.0 comes into play. Industry 4.0 and its new technologies have great potential to enable a circular economy. And Industry 4.0 refers to the computerization of manufacturing. More and more companies are applying innovative solutions, including through the Internet of Things, cloud computing, 3D printing, etc. And these new technologies will enable more multidimensional supply chains, new service networks, as well as recovery loops for products and materials. So today's panelists will explain these concepts in more detail and present approaches and examples where businesses took advantage of Industry 4.0, which helped them accelerate the transition to a circular economy. With that, let me quickly introduce our distinguished panelists. The first speaker is Ms. Nilgun Tas, who is the Deputy Director, Department of Environment at UNIDO. She is joining us online from Vienna, so a very good morning to you, Nilgun. Nilgun leads UNIDO's team for circular economy. She has over 35 years of private sector development experience and held various positions as Chief for Competitiveness, Business Environment, and Industrial Upgrading. She was also the chairperson of the Gender Mainstreaming Steering Committee, UNIDO representative in Vietnam, and Chief Senior Technical Advisor for UNIDO, UNDP, the OECD, and the Turkish International Cooperation Agency, TICA, since 1996. Before that, she was the Vice President of the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Administration in Turkey. Nilgun also contributed to the establishment of the Turkish Credit Guarantee Fund Company and was a founding team member of TICA. Nilgun holds a master's degree in materials and metallurgical engineering and an MBA. The second speaker is here with us on the stage, Pak Purwanto, who is the head of the Green Technology Research Center, Faculty of Engineering at the Diponegoro University in Semarang, Indonesia. Welcome, Pak Purwanto, and thanks for joining us today. His research focuses on green engineering, resource efficiency, and eco-industrial parks. He published more than 90 articles. Pak Purwanto also works as a consultant and provides advice to companies on how to implement cleaner production models, promote industrial efficiency, as well as pollution control. Pak Purwanto has a master's degree in engineering from Diponegoro University and a doctorate degree in process engineering from the Institut National Polytechnique de Toulouse in France. The third speaker is Mr. Sharad Nigam, who is the Group Vice President for Corporate Strategy and Digital Operations at Hitachi India Limited. Sharad is joining us online from India. Welcome, Sharad. Sharad is a smart manufacturing professional from Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a certified instructor and supply chain professional. During the past 25 years, Sharad has worked with Hitachi, Accenture, Denso, GE, and TCS and gained experience on strategy and investment, business and operation management, digital innovation, and transformation. In his current role as the Group Vice President at Hitachi India Limited, Sharad is part of the Social Innovation Business Team and responsible for digital innovations and investments across India and APAC. Sharad has authored and published more than 20 points of view and several ebooks on strategy, quality, supply chain, manufacturing, and energy optimization. He has been a keynote speaker at more than 30 leading conferences across the globe. Thank you for joining us today, Sharad. So thanks again to all of you for participating today, and I'm very much looking forward to an exciting exchange with all of you. So before we kick off the discussion, I would like to encourage all participants who are joining us online to post your questions directly in the chat box. After the three presentations, we will have a Q&A session, and it would be great to get your comments so we can actually have a fruitful exchange. So many thanks in advance. So I would now like to hand the mic over to Nilgun, who for the next 15 minutes will tell us more about how Industry 4.0 technologies can enable the transition to a circular economy. Nilgun, please, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Philippe. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me share my screen. I think you can see it now. It's a pleasure addressing you and a privilege. So I will try to explain how we perceive at UNIDO circular economy and innovation, and how circular economy and innovation could be accelerated through fourth industrial revolution technologies. First, I start with looking at our life. Products satisfy our societal needs, whether it's nutrition, housing and infrastructure, and mobility. When you look at these pictures, I would like to encourage you to think what they are. They are all products that are manufactured or processed by industries. We use consumer goods also, communication technologies, health, education, sports, and other services. And what you see on the screen is, again, all products, whether we think of a service as a non-physical activity, business activity, all of these activities are based on using a physical good. So we need to live, we produce, and then we consume, of course. What happens? We use resources to satisfy our needs. Resources are materials, land, water, and air. And we use these materials, whether it's biomass, fossil fuels, metals, and non-metallic minerals, to create the housing, to produce the nutrition, mobility, and everything else. So you see that the consumption is concentrated on housing, nutrition, and mobility, but also in the services. So as a result of that consumption, we produce waste. In 2018, the World Bank issued a report for the global composition of solid waste. Unfortunately, at the top was food and organics. We waste a lot of food. But then followed by cardboard, paper, plastics, metals, wood, and other materials. Any material we waste is a loss of an economic value. Why are we wasting this? Can we find ways of not wasting what we dig out of the ground and use, but can we not waste them? This waste has impacts. According to the International Resource Panel, 50% of climate impacts are related to resource consumption. 90% are water stress, 90% of biodiversity loss due to land use, and 30% of air pollution related to particulate matter. But we need production and consumption. I call these the two engines of our economy. They are interlinked. We need production and consumption to create value, to create jobs, to live better. So we cannot forego production and consumption. We need to make it sustainable. The pollution we create is a silent killer. In UNIDO, EU, and others organizations supported Lancet report on pollution and health, which was issued in 2017, calculated that there were 9 million premature deaths and much more disease and illnesses that people got because of pollution, non-communicable diseases. This was 16% of all deaths worldwide, and most of it happened in low and middle income countries. Not that we did not only lose these people, but there was a huge economic cost, 4.6 trillion per year, or 6% of global GDP was lost because of pollution. The Lancet Commission recommended we should seriously look at circular economy practices to fight pollution. Now, I tried to explain that production and consumption is the two engines. So it's an industrial economy. The products are produced in our economies. It doesn't have to be an industrialized economy. It's an industrial economy because it runs on products. A circular economy or a green economy or sustainable production and consumption returns products, parts, and materials into use several times. Every product is produced in the same way. You have materials, you design and manufacture, distribute them, use them. So in our vision, along a value chain, every product should not have an end of life. It should have a first end of life. How do we do that? We can design products to last. The longer they last, the longer they are in the economy. And we should implement practices that will maintain the value of these products. Practices such as repair and reuse, remanufacturing, recycling in our economy, because this value is also in itself one of the engines, which as I will try to show again. And we should, in the process, minimize generation and waste and pollution. If possible, and as much as possible, we should also use renewable energy along these value chains. What are the enablers? Enablers, of course, because we're talking about industry at the core and its productivity is innovation. Industries implement innovation. And the second, a very important enabler is digitalization. Of course, we need stewardship, partnerships, and collaboration between businesses, governments, and citizens. Now, please look at this next graphic. Why is you keeping the value as long as possible in our economy important? Think of your kettle, where you heat the water. But it's produced, you start using it, you should maintain it, you should descale it, and so on. It might break down at one point. If you just put this in the trash, you will have lost all the value. But if you can have it repaired, you can have it, you can use it a second time, and as time passes, its value is decreased, but then it could be recycled. So all of this part that you see here, the green, is the value. In that process, with the repairs and or recycling, there are innovations, there are new business opportunities, and there are jobs. So putting a product into the trash bin early loses also the value of all these new business opportunities and jobs. Who are the actors? The actors are citizens, us, the businesses, the producers, and governments. Everyone gains. You can increase productivity, reduce your production costs, become more competitive. We can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and pollution, but also preserve natural resources, water, land, materials. People get jobs and incomes. Innovations make our life easier. The governments here have a great role. They have to enable us, the citizens, to buy more circular products and by having us understand their benefits. and they should take measures to increasingly move businesses to design and produce more circular and safer products. But of course, there has to be profitability. Circular economy practices, reuse, repair, remanufacture, recycle, strengthen not only the resilience of firms, but also our economies. Now, we now have new technologies, advanced analytics, big data, cloud computing, sensors, and so on. We can use all of these to redesign, to produce through resource-efficient production methods, to reuse, recycle products, parts, and materials through our economies. Now, I would like to show you a little bit, a few examples. You have seen in the film, the video, that through resource-efficient cleaner production methods, which we have been, together with UNEP, promoting since 1994, together with Switzerland, creates not only the annual environmental benefits, but it's really about saving costs and improving productivity through innovations. By investing 10 million, you can get out 20 million. And these are annual savings and annual environmental benefits. Let me take you to Chile, but which has also started operating in Indonesia and USA, to a young company, a youth startup set up in 2013 in Chile, is using Internet of Things smart dispensers. These are the dispensers at small shops all the way to Walmart for cleaning products, non-perishable food. They have a refillable plastic container with an RFID chip, which is also a wallet if you have a cell phone that can accommodate that. So you go to the dispenser with your plastic container. The dispenser recognizes you and your plastic container, so you can buy by the gram. This enables poor people to buy products in the quantity that they need and pay in cash at the point of sale. This reduces the poverty tax. You all know in lower income countries, you can go and buy shampoo in little packets. This packet is plastic, probably contains 4 different plastics. It's non-recyclable. It's a fossil fuel based package. And if you are poor, you are the 40% of the price that you pay for 10 grams of shampoo is for that plastic package which goes to waste. So we can accelerate what we do, sustainability, by using Internet of Things and all these new technologies. This is a very small manufacturing enterprise in the US, North Carolina. They have 4 computer numerically controlled machines. They had a 30% reject rate because the machine and the toolkit kept machining, this is a reject, before it stopped. So they implemented, again with the help of a very small company, 3 people, 3 young people doing software work, machine learning to predict tool failure. They reduced rejects 30%, and they are saving $72,000 per machine per annum. You see, it's not only about sustainability, it's also about sustainability of your competitiveness and your being in the market. This is from Argentina. Sandvik Coromant, Argentina, by remote sensing, helps businesses to adjust their machines so that the tungsten carbide inserts, which they make, can be used longer. And then they also collect these to recycle. And everyone gains. The manufacturer gains, their supplier, Sandvik Coromant, has recycled 70% by weight of all the hard tools sold globally. We have the Eco-Industrial Parks program, again together with Switzerland, and Indonesia, Vietnam, Egypt, Ukraine, South Africa, Peru, Colombia are part of this. In Vietnam, we created similar environmental benefits, but triggered 9 million euro of investment, which, because these benefits created nearly $3 million per year of financial savings. That's good. In an industrial park, and I'm finishing, Philip, you can do many different things. Now 3D printing is becoming very less expensive all the time. Think of industrial park as a little universe where you can start doing circular economy practices, including industrial symbiosis and so on. Here, if you set up a 3D printing center in the industrial park, companies can direct their orders to their suppliers, where the supplier could send the order to that service center in your park, and you get your part through 3D printing. What are you saving? You are saving reduction in transports of spare parts. You have the parts on demand immediately. You also reduce your need for warehouse space. 15 minutes is really not enough for talking about this, but with that, and with my thanks to Ministry of Industry particularly for working with us for so many years on promoting this, I would like to thank you and the organizers for this, and please do reach out to me at my email. Thank you again.
Many thanks, Nilgun, for this very informative and very clear presentation. I think highlighting the challenges and opportunities of a circular economy. You also managed to present some of the tools and technologies that can support the transition from a linear to a circular approach. So I think very, very appreciative. And also what was very interesting is your focus on the importance of maintaining the value of the product, or what you call the use value. So thanks a lot. I think this was an excellent presentation to kick off today's discussion. I would like now to hand over to our second speaker, Pak Purwanto, who is the head of Green Technology Research Center at the Diponegoro University in Semarang. And he will introduce the circular economy frameworks and present industry best practices. So, Pak Purwanto, you also have 15 minutes for your presentation. Please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today I will present concerning integration of Industry 4.0 and green industry integrated to circular economy also to achieve sustainable development. So I want to talk firstly concerning the sustainable development, industrial development, and also secondly is integration between Industry 4.0 and green industry, and then integration between Industry 4.0 and also circular economy, and the implementation both with the example in Indonesia. So if we talk about Industry 4.0, there are changing manufacturing Industries 4.0 change business implication with the introduction of technology Industry 4.0. Manufacturing is shifting from emphasis on job shop and mass production to mass customization as niche production, with the characteristic of mass customization such as complexity and then changing in product platform, change in management, time critical and knowledge sensitive. So how about sustainable industry? Sustainable industry is developed from Industry 4.0, taking into account the aspect of sustainable development. So sustainable development based on triple bottom line that we talk economy or profit, and then environment or planet, and social or people, 3P. So with the addition of sustainable development and Industry 4.0, this is the base of sustainable Industry 4.0. So for this approach, there is a new approach of sustainable Industry 4.0, not only taking account of Industry 4.0 into sustainable development, but also there is integration of sustainable business, sustainable production, and sustainable enterprise with intelligent innovation of Industry 4.0, such as smart factory and smart production. So there are many new area, cluster of current area of interest of scientists concerning Industry 4.0 and also sustainability. So there are many research areas such as big data applied in industry, and also process of safety by using Industry 4.0, and also circular economy. The conceptual framework of sustainable green industry 4.0, starting of the basic is Industry 4.0 technologies that create sustainability outcome through green processes. The core of green processes is based on green technologies, and Industry 4.0 technologies enable full use of green processes to achieve sustainability objective, and also integrated with circular economy. So this is the basic of green processes by using green engineering and green chemistry. There are 12 principles of green engineering and also 12 principles of green chemistry, and incorporated between green chemistry to principle of green engineering. The point number 11 is design for commercial afterlife. That is concerning with circular economy, and the others is based on green industry. So the Industry 4.0 technologies will enable greater value and service by accelerating data exchanges between connected devices and the user and operator, with the benefit such as convenience for the user, reduction of human error, better management of asset, efficient consumption of resources, and higher efficiency of the processes. There is the diagram how the raw material and also the energy used by the industry, and the industry implement concept of industry 4.0, yeah, and there are the product and also the side product and the waste is treated by the concept of circular economy, such as reuse, recycle, recovery, and then waste to product and energy. The setup of approach to deployment and operation also within sustainable development goals obtain long-term sustainability. This is also the concept of sustainable industry 4.0 environment. The basic is industry 4.0 technologies, Internet of Things, big data analysis, cloud computing, 3D printing, augmented reality, and also robotic system. This principle of industry 4.0 technologies used by the processes integrated to the process of production. This is such as human-machine collaboration and also the integration, and the result is sustainable outcome. The sustainable outcome in the side of economic outcome, also process automation and safety and environmental protection. And how about the implementation on chemical industry? The objective is to improve productivity and also to reduce the risk by using smart manufacturing and also supply chain planning. This is the example that the result is predictive, and also the process management and resources by minimize production variety and also improve the quality. And the benefit by using industry 4.0 in the processes also to enhance environmental sustainability, that the results is related to SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDGs 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, also SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and also SDG 13, climate action. And this is also that the implementation of Industry 4.0 is for monitoring quality of environment. This is our research and implementation of environmental quality by using smart sensor and implement to industry in Semarang and also in Central Java. And how about the circular economy? Circular economy developed by Ellen MacArthur Foundation have tried to capture the essence of the circular economy, which is somewhat understandability nicknamed by butterfly diagram. The diagram tries to capture the flow of materials, nutrients, components, and product, and adding an element of financial value. So the circular economy in industry is applying natural ecological system to industrial ecological system that we call this is a mimicry for industry. And this is the diagram for Industry 4.0 with circular economy, that the principle of a cleaner production, principle of eco-efficiency, and then waste to product, waste to energy, industrial symbiosis is applied to industry, not only to industry, but also to industrial part by using integration of Industry 4.0 technologies. This is the example of circular economy by using Industry 4.0 of implementing two waste bank. We call in Indonesia as a bank sampah. This is the bank sampah. The simple bank sampah or waste bank use, this is website and also Internet of Things, the others like Instagram, YouTube, and the other means, and also big data for managing waste from receiving, reprocessing, and also the valuable product for commercialization and marketing. And Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, also developed the website Simba ID. This is a waste bank management information system, yeah, that integrate all of the waste bank or bank sampah database through all waste bank sampah in Indonesia. So there are the map of bank sampah and also the data of bank sampah, and the others is the data of any kind of waste and the financial value managed by a bank sampah. And then a circular economy for plastic. This is also the example by using Internet of Things, the application of Industry 4.0 in the management of plastic waste into useful product based on circular economy. The other circular economy example is by using plastic waste, and then this is the product, yeah, by the enterprise Nike also. Nike is use such as this is plastic waste, and the integration of Industry 4.0 such as Internet of Things, big data, simulation, and also system integration. And this is the circular economy from waste to energy. Agricultural waste as source of energy, and also this is a domestic waste used as a source of energy, and the operation of the manufacturing, the processes by using simulation and also system integration. And then this is a circular economy, alternative fuel and materials, utilization of fly ash, bottom ash as alternative material, and also utilization of hazardous waste, the other hazardous waste as alternative material for cement production in Indonesia, and also use of waste oil as an alternative fuel, and the other hazardous waste as alternative fuel. So the integration of Industry 4.0 in the cement production consists of a smart sensor and then distributed control system and also system for monitoring of air quality. And how about the greening industrial park? Greening industrial park from the traditional industrial park that we call this is a linear economy to transforming to implement circular economy inside industrial park. That the result will improve resource efficiency by implementing cleaner production and also using renewable energy such as solar energy, photovoltaic to generate the power inside the industrial park. And also develop a green infrastructure, integrating carrying capacity in environmental management, improving environmental management system, and increasing socio-economic aspect of the surrounding community. That is the example integration of Industry 4.0, circular economy, industrial symbiosis, and the result is a smart eco-industrial park by integrating all of aspect Industry 4.0, circular economy, and waste to product, and the result is like this. And the program in Indonesia by the program Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, that is with the Ministry of Industry, UNIDO, and SECO. This is the implementation transforming from industrial park, existing industrial park, to eco-industrial park. The two candidates this year is industrial park MM 2100 industrial town, and second is Batamindo in Batam. So that is my presentation concerning integration of Industry 4.0, circular economy, industrial symbiosis to achieve sustainable Industry 4.0 and the implementation not only in the big industry, to develop eco-industrial park and green industry, but also small, medium industry such as bank sampah or waste bank. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Purwanto, for this very rich presentation. Much appreciated, and I believe that the conceptual frameworks that you introduced and presented today will be very useful for businesses in Indonesia and across the world to transition to more circular approaches. Thanks also for sharing some concrete examples in the Indonesian context. I think the bank sampah is very interesting. Also how you use big data and smart systems to make production practices more sustainable. So these are very promising developments in Indonesia. Thanks, Pak Purwanto. And I would like now to move to our last speaker, which is Pak Sharad, who is joining us online from India. Pak Sharad is the Vice President for Corporate Strategy and Digital Operations at Hitachi India. And Pak Sharad will present case studies that illustrate how smart technologies and innovations have led to positive change at the company level. So please, Pak Sharad, the screen is yours.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Since I'm joining virtually, let me just quickly check if my audio is coming well. Philip or anyone else can confirm. Is my audio coming well?
can't, okay, now my mic works. Okay, yes, we can clearly loud and, yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me. And it's great pleasure to be joining, even though virtually. I'm super excited to share some of the case studies, as you just said. I'm part of social innovation business team. But even though we call and our focus is social, the projects which we pick up and perform across the globe helps around social, economical, and environmental aspects. So today I'm going to quickly take, since we have 15 minutes only, I will be providing an overview of 3 case studies across different verticals and across different applications. And as we have experienced that when we talk about a case study, when there is something which we have implemented by our own hands, the energy and conviction just translates to others, and it basically it is contagious. So I'm super excited, and let me quickly jump onto it. So I'll just share my screen. And, let's see. I hope my slides are visible. Perfect. So the title of my session today is Driving Social, Environmental and Economic Value Using Technology and Innovation. So the 3 case studies have used different component and aspects of technology and innovation. Let me start with first one, which is solid waste management use case, which we did with Indian Urban Data Exchange, which was a kind of data hub for us to utilize that and apply it using the technology. It's about a city which is called as Varanasi, and it is dated back to 11th century actually, and actually it is known as the oldest living city of the world. So that's the significance of this city. There is an initiative by the government in terms of making it smart. The issue was that a large amount of waste was not picked up, and this city being a tourist place, it was a big nuisance and a discomfort for the citizens as well as the visitors. Varanasi had applied several solutions in past. For example, identifying the waste level in the bins and somehow trying to manage monitoring them, but it was not very successful. The issue was still that practically managing that on the ground was difficult. Moving to next one, as you can see, some of the symbolic representation on the upper slide, upper part of the slide, there were 2 problems. Either the trucks were not utilized properly, which is the second row, and even if it is optimized properly, the waste was remain unaccounted or unattended. So both of them were a problem. As a solution, what we did, basically we incorporated a monitoring mechanism using AI and mobile devices underneath truck to be able to calculate that what is the weight inside the truck. So there exactly was the technology which was implemented. So the application was basically, in a simple word, it was to track the weight inside a truck and also to monitor where the wastage or dump yard are remain attended. And then using different technology.
Your slides are not moving.
Okay, let me see. Is the slide mentioning issue and solution visible?
No. We are looking basically at your, now it's the, yes, now we see it, thank you.
Okay, so you see the issue and solution slide, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, so as I was explaining, these are the 2 issues which we were solving using the technology. And one of the best outcome which we achieved was the real-time optimization of route from which the truck will follow. For example, there are hundreds of trucks running around in the city and there are thousands of dump yards. Then it's a big nightmare if manually we do in terms of route optimization and manage the waste collection process. So that was the best outcome, because of which we were able to utilize the vehicle as well as we were able to keep the city clean. So this was one example. Quickly moving to the second one, and I'm on slide which says SCADA system on top, and any one of you can.
Can I quickly, just sorry to interrupt, but yeah, if you could always tell us when you move to the next slide, because apparently there's a glitch. There's a glitch in the system, so we cannot see your share screen. So just please tell us, and then we'll share it manually here in the conference room. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry for that. So I'm slide number 7. Which says SCADA system. Actually, it might be slide 8, but on the second case study. Okay.
Just 1 second while we figure out the presentation here at the hotel. So we are now seeing unmanaged waste leading to citizens' discomfort. That's the one.
Okay, can you move to next one, please?
Okay. Okay, we see it now. So the one with the image of the car.
Right, you can move to next one also. We can skip this.
Okay, so now we have the next case study, ICT based.
Next slide.
And one more, okay.
Right, next slide. Yeah, so second case study is around water leakage detection system, because water wastage was one of the big issues we were struggling with. It was done in a town of Karnataka, and using all the 3 systems, including the SCADA system to closely monitor and control it from the room, managing the pipe network management system, which tells you real time based on the simulation model. And the third was using the technology of water balance simulation, we could identify where exactly is the leakage. And that was the biggest achievement of this project, that we were able to find out the real-time source of the issue. With the help of these 3, if you move to next slide, on the left side, if you see, that's the exact location which we were able to find out using the simulation. And on the right side of the slide, you will see the 2 models which were used to manage this leak detection and control it as soon as possible. If we move to next case study, Philip. Yeah, next slide. This example is about recycling, and I'm feeling proud to say that we were the first one from Tata Hitachi construction machine, wherein by applying an innovative methodology, we converted standard equipments into specialized equipment to enable the Government of India's recycling program. If you see the top part of the slide, there are several milestones which Government of India has defined in terms of enabling and supporting vehicle manufacturing companies to recycle the vehicle after their end of life. On the left side bottom, you see the recycled ferrous scrap, which in India is very less still. There is a large gap, and that's why we say that there is a significant potential to increase this recycling, which if you see the right side, the scrap steel, how it impacts. So there is just not the coal saving or energy saving. There are 5 or 6 different associated benefits we can leverage by recycling the material and metal and components. Next slide, please. So this was the exactly innovation. The center of slide talks about the equipment which I am talking. It's excavator basically, and the specialized excavators are very expensive. So the solution which our innovative product development team did, they created different attachments which are explained with the help of these 4 figures across the slide to manage this waste. And this sector was very unorganized earlier, and within last 6 to 8 months, government has provided tremendous support to make this sector to be organized, and wherein our Hitachi company helped vehicle manufacturing companies to manage the scrap and process it faster than the industry standard. Moreover, the equipment, as I said, was 50% cheaper than the specialized vehicle. So this little innovation helped starting the recycling of vehicle in India, and we are proud to say that we were the first one to create such kind of cradle. So these are the 3 case studies I wanted to quickly present, and my apologies for the logistics issue. Sometimes it happens when we are present virtually, but I hope with the help of water leakage detection case or the waste management case or this innovation, I was able to communicate how Hitachi and other companies are enabling the circular economy and applying Industry 4.0 technologies to make it fast, make it having a larger impact on social, environmental and economic value. Thank you once again, and thanks for your patience. Back to you, Philip.
Thank you, Sharad. Thanks a lot for the excellent presentation, and don't worry, we managed to figure out the IT system, so we were able to see the presentation very nicely. So all good, thank you. And also, thanks for introducing these 3 case studies. I think that those are all very good examples of how to take advantage of the benefits of Industry 4.0 that allow us to move more quickly towards circular economy. And so hopefully also your stories and examples will inspire other companies to follow suit. So after these 3 very inspiring and informative presentations about circular economy approaches and the role of Industry 4.0, we have now come to the last part of today's panel discussion, which is the Q&A session. And so I would like to invite everyone here in the room to use the mics here and ask questions to our 3 panelists, and also to those that are joining online. If you have any questions, please put them into the chat box, and then we'll make sure to address them here one by one. So do we have any takers here in the room? Any questions for our panelists? If not, I'll kick off the discussion, because I do have one question that I would like to ask Nilgun, and it's actually about if you have any recommendations on how governments can speed up and support the transition to a circular economy through Industry 4.0 approaches. So if you have any best practices, recommendations from your many years of experience of working on this topic, are there any kind of quick wins that governments can implement to accelerate this transition?
Thank you, Philip. Yes, I do have some recommendations. As I have, and my colleagues this panel tried to explain, innovation is at the core of sustainability, sustainable production and consumption, and it's the industries. Industries innovate, they create new added value. So it is important to support innovation. We are really lucky with the Industry 4.0 technologies now, and the young generations. The young generations are much more IT and communication savvy, so it will be important for integrating all these new technologies to promote the innovation through the youth, by supporting them to create these preventive maintenance programs, to integrate Internet of Things, sensors, remote controls, and so on into the industrial innovation ecosystem, one. And second, to put it within the context of whatever you want to call it, green industry, resource efficient and cleaner production, or circular economy, I personally, after 35 years of experience, like circular economy much more than, for example, green economy, which was a fuzzy concept. In circular economy, we have practices. You can redesign to make your product to last longer, integrating innovations. You can set up repairs, reuse operations, make that a part of your business, remanufacture, refurbish, recycle, regenerate biomass. So it's much more concrete. So the business practices are concrete. They have to become business models, but when these enterprises integrate that into the way they do business, right? So what the government can do is start from their priority sectors and to get consensus that using some of these business practices and new technologies, you can improve productivity, but you can also improve sustainability. So getting a consensus around that idea that circular economy practices are useful and you can use them to address some of your challenges, your environmental, your economic, your social challenges, number one. Second, to bring these industries in your priority sectors together in a pre-competitive space to talk. What are the barriers? How can government and business and citizens work together to identify some priority areas and to start implementing? Remove the barriers, because some of these barriers are as easy as issuing a decision to remove any of these, and they could be very simple. So to start exercising these, how can we promote refurbishing, repairs, reuse? How can business apply these? Another important area is to educate the public, and within the public, I have a certain target group, target the children. Teach the children to understand the benefits of, being more sustainable from their young age. Educate the citizens with awareness campaigns. Give citizens incentives to, for example, sort their waste at their home. Separate the organic waste from other waste. And because, as professors explained, you can use organic waste to create new materials, new products, and so on. So it is just try not to be overwhelmed with the complexities. Start as soon as possible, encourage innovation, come with the business to eliminate barriers, start with the low-hanging fruit, and use the industrial parks, which are easy to reach. In an industrial park, you can reach a lot of businesses at the same time. They are neighbors, they learn from each other. So it's, put the complexities aside and start. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nilun, for these encouraging and inspiring words. And I think the important message to also use the people as a force for change. So I think very well noted. Thanks for that. And then let me check again if we have anyone here in the room who would like to ask a question to our distinguished panelists. Also checking if we received any questions online. Don't worry, I have a couple of additional questions for our panelists. So let me move on with Sharad. I actually So very much appreciate your presentation, and you introduced Hitachi's social innovation business, and I was wondering if you could tell us more about this approach, and if there is any, so you presented 3 case studies, so if there is any particular area of focus that is particularly important to you and the company.
Sure. Thanks, Flip. And whenever it comes to social innovation, it is a very interesting and excited topic to talk about, but I'll make it brief. So social innovation business is a team of around 200 people across the globe. They come from consulting and industry background, have the business acumen. Their primarily goal is to work on few major and common issues which have been impacting us or may impact the whole world in the coming years. So, for example, if we talk about industry, it can be around minimizing factory energy consumption or recycling of material, or even the safety of workers. In the given COVID environment, we worked a lot, and our solutions were highly appreciated for remote monitoring and safety of worker. When it comes to environment, we are focusing on water leakage, as I explained, one of the small example. So optimizing the water usage and also providing alternate energy sources as a green energy sources. On the social front, we are working on mobility. Mobility as a service is one of the most demanded solution across the world, which is an integrated way of connecting various transportation systems for end-to-end experience to the traveler. So this is one in terms of social, and another thing which we are also aggressively working, at least in India and other part of the globe, is healthcare. Especially what we faced during last 1.5 years, it is one of the priority. In terms of approach, we have identified certain sustainable development goals, and there is a structured methodology developed by Hitachi experts and by embedding leading practices. And with the help of which we lead exciting co-creation projects. So when I say co-creation, there are partners along with us who come along in this journey, and we brainstorm and give it a shape which converts into minimum viable solution and comes out as a great product to be implemented at a larger scale to the society. So thanks once again, Philip, and I hope it was a brief but useful introduction of SLB.
Very good. Thank you, Sharad, for these additional explanations. I think also very encouraging news from Hitachi. So hopefully we'll hear more about what you do in terms of social innovation business in the future again. I have one more question, and this is for you, Papawanto. And this relates to the situation, the current COVID crisis, and also the situation in Indonesia. So I was wondering if you believe that COVID can also help us accelerate the move towards the circular economy, and if you have any from your presentation, if you have any best examples that you could share from the Indonesian context, good practices on how we were able to move from the linear to circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Talking about circular economy, now if we talk about circular economy, mainly the discussion is how to use and to transform waste to product. But in reality, to achieve circular economy, first is by redesign. Because by redesign, the result is efficiency of raw material use and also energy use. And secondly is if waste is generated in such industry, and so how to treat the waste? To treat the waste is by this one is reuse, recycle and recovery, and also for the apparatus like this and for the machine is how to repair. That is the principle. But many people talking circular economy based on how to transform the generated waste, mainly domestic waste and also plastic waste, to reprocessing, and then the result is the valuable product of plastic, and also by using waste to energy. But there are so many opportunities to implement circular economy in many industry. Yeah, in chemical industry, like chemical industry and fertilizer industry also, if we use catalyst for processing, that is the waste of catalyst is reprocessed because several amount of platinum and also palladium in the catalyst, that this is a valuable product, so we can separate this. So shifting from the talking about circular economy based on utilization of domestic waste and plastic waste, and enlarge discussion concerning circular economy in any kind of industry, and also in not only in the big industry but also in small medium industry, and particularly also in industrial park, because so many opportunity in industrial park, the symbiosis between one industry with the other industry, that the principle of symbiosis industry in circular economy is the waste of one industry serve as raw material to the other industry, and also for example that there are excess energy from the industry can be used to the other industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this one works. Thank you, Pak Purwanto, for these for your answer. I think very important and also encouraging to hear what is happening in the Indonesian context. So I believe that we have come to the end of this panel discussion on how to transition to a circular economy through making use of Industry 4.0. And I think for me, the main takeaways were, one, that there is a huge potential still. I mean, we're on the right track. Much more needs to be done. And then also the case studies which were presented by all the panelists today also show that that it is possible to move to a circular economy, and there is also much we can learn from these experiences. So I would like to thank again all the panelists. So first, Nilgun, for your presentation and for waking up very early this morning in Austria to make sure that you can join us on time. Also to Pak Purwanto, who is with me here on stage, for your inputs and also showcasing the Indonesian context. Then of course also Sharad joining us from India, for your time and for the excellent presentations, as well as everyone else who is joining us here, and also the ones that we cannot see but we know that are joining us online from all over the place. So with that, I would like to conclude this session. Thanks again for participating, and I wish you all a great rest of the day. And I believe I will hand over the mic now to Ibu Amelia. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists, our speakers, as well as our moderator, Mr. Philip Orgat. Thanks to you for this very informative and very interactive session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. You may now return to your seats. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the second session of the day. And now we've come to our lunch break. We invite everyone to please join us for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say that for all the delegates, we invite you to have lunch with us in the Spectrum restaurants located just on the second floor of the Fairmont Hotel. Meanwhile, for the head of the delegation, we invite you to please commence to the third floor at the 1945 restaurant or the 1945 restaurant. Once again, on behalf of the Ministry of Industry as well as the UNIDO, we'd like to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks. And we'd like to have you back again, kindly please, to have you back again in the ballroom at 2 p.m. Jakarta time. So once again, please enjoy lunch and we'll see you back here at 2. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you to join us for lunch, we'd like to kindly ask you to please do not forget your belongings. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to rearrange the ballroom's layout, we'd like to ask you to please do not forget your belongings and please come join us for lunch. For all the delegates, we'd like to welcome you to the second floor at the Spectrum Restaurant. Meanwhile, for the heads of delegation, we'd like to welcome you to the third floor at Restoran 1945. Thank you very much. And once again, please do not forget your belongings. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the first regional conference on industrial development sponsored by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Indonesian Ministry of Industry, and Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are pleased to inform you that the theme of this 2 days conference is Unlocking the Potential of Industry, 4.0 for developing countries.
I strongly believe the conference will be fun because we will talk about robots, artificial intelligence, cloud robotics, supercomputer, smart factories, industrial drones, things that we dream of when we were child. Iron Man, Transformers, X-Men, or even Terminator, where computer and robot takes over the world. We are gathering here to make sure that this does not happen. Instead of being used by robots, we will use them for the benefit of human beings.
This is a very important topic, event. I really appreciate the government vision on this issue to support.
Thank you for support of UNIDO and Ministry of Foreign Affairs to create this event and to co-host this event.
The inauguration will be conducted by making the number 4 on the tab to represent Industry 4.0.
Industry 4.0 digital transformation of industry in the fourth industrial revolution.
The place where the other products are, finally assembled and engineered and all that, they capture very little of the time. Okay.
Now, the fourth industrial revolution also changed the way we consume, the way we sell and distribute, as Mr. Arapi has alluded to, but also changed the type of skills that we would need and also the nature of work.
It's not the situation, it's not whether we have to accept it or not, but it's the situation has characterized what the world now, specifically in the issue of industry.
We talk about the industry and then we talk about how to implement it. The one thing that's very important is human resource.
Maybe just an inspiration of what Industry 4.0 actually could do from the point of view of product design.
And what is the view of the government? What are the opportunities and threats from this Industry 4.0 influencing repositioning or restructuring in global value chain? Many governments are referring this, and at least we at UNIDO, we always get requests.
The difference between the whole 3IL and 4IL can be a hyper-connection.
We undertake both investment, promotion, as well as industry development.
Given the fact that there is a big gap, so the question is how to bridge the gap.
Industry 4.0, yes, there's a lot of technology adoption, but we also want to make sure our people are able to keep up with this new wave of industrial revolution.
So now we are facing what's so-called the fourth industrial revolution.
People don't associate with Industry 4.0, but actually is also very important if you consider digital technologies.
And there is already ASEAN integration initiatives, and UNIDO is invited also to help them to implement the work plan.
Discussion of creative economic contribution to economic development has not been discussed or has not been elaborated sufficiently in international level.
How do we really get more of you involved? How do we really get some of the leading companies involved? Which governments are championing some initiatives?
We hope this conference will be very fruitful for us together, have an idea to move forward what's actually could be done at the next time.
Dalam beberapa dekade terakhir, ekonomi Indonesia telah bertumbuh dengan pesat. Dalam kurun waktu 17 tahun terakhir, kita telah berhasil meningkatkan produk domestik bruto atau PDB sebanyak 6 kali lipat dan menaikkan peringkat ekonomi global sebanyak 11 peringkat, sehingga ekonomi kita berhasil menempati urutan ke-16 pada tahun 2017. Indonesia adalah negara kepulauan dengan populasi keempat terbesar di dunia, yang didukung oleh jumlah generasi muda yang besar, sumber daya yang berlimpah, dan potensi yang besar untuk bertumbuh lebih pesat lagi. Dunia saat ini sedang memasuki era revolusi industri yang keempat, di mana kita melihat beberapa teknologi utama. Internet of Things yang menghubungkan kita dengan apapun, kapanpun, dan dimanapun. Big Data Analytics dan Artificial Intelligence yang mendukung kemampuan manusia. Serta aplikasi lainnya termasuk Advanced Robotics, Wearables, dan 3D Printer yang akan membawa kita menuju masa depan yang lebih cerah. Jika kita bisa memanfaatkan teknologi tersebut, kita akan membawa bangsa kita ke tingkat yang lebih tinggi. Indonesia telah menetapkan 3 target untuk menjadi 10 besar ekonomi dunia pada tahun 2030. Pertama, untuk meningkatkan nilai ekspor neto menjadi 10% dari nilai PDB. Kedua, melipat gandakan produktivitas tenaga kerja kita. Dan ketiga, meningkatkan anggaran litbang dan desain menjadi 2% dari nilai PDB. Indonesia telah menetapkan 5 sektor fokus manufaktur, yakni makanan dan minuman, membangun industri makanan dan minuman terkemuka di ASEAN. Tekstil, menjadi produsen functional clothing terkemuka. Otomotif, pemimpin ekspor kendaraan ICE dan kendaraan listrik. Kimia, menjadi pemain terkemuka dalam industri biokimia. Serta elektronik, mengembangkan kemampuan pelaku industri domestik. Indonesia berkomitmen untuk melakukan 10 prioritas nasional hingga tahun 2030. 1. Memperbaiki alur aliran barang dan material dengan memperkuat industri hulu. 2. Merancang ulang zona industri di seluruh penjuru negeri. 3. Mengakomodasi standar-standar keberlanjutan untuk peluang bisnis di masa depan. 4. Memberdayakan usaha kecil dan menengah melalui teknologi. 5. Meningkatkan infrastruktur digital seperti jaringan telekomunikasi dan cloud. 6. Menarik minat investor asing untuk mempercepat transfer teknologi dan meningkatkan peluang pasar. 7. Meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia melalui perancangan kembali kurikulum pendidikan. 8. Membangun ekosistem inovasi melalui peningkatan kualitas dan kuantitas pusat penelitian dan pengembangan. 9. Memberikan insentif untuk berinvestasi dalam teknologi untuk mendorong adopsi teknologi maju. Dan yang terakhir, 10. Mengharmonisasikan peraturan dan kebijakan sehingga lebih konsisten dan ramah bagi para investor. Kita menatap masa depan di mana Indonesia sukses menerapkan revolusi industri keempat. Melalui inisiatif Making Indonesia 4, Indonesia akan memperoleh tambahan pertumbuhan PDB sebesar 1 hingga 2% per tahun pada periode 2018 sampai 2030 dan menciptakan lebih dari 10 juta lapangan kerja tambahan. Teknologi bukan hanya untuk kemajuan ekonomi kita, namun juga untuk kesejahteraan seluruh rakyat Indonesia.
As we realize that digitalization in industrial development is inevitable, Implementing the concept of Industry 4.0 has been the main priority for Indonesia's central government. The synergy between humans and technology has become a foundation to optimize the full utilization of our natural resources, embodied in the grand concept of Roadmap Making Indonesia 4.0. This has become our approach towards economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. As we understand, to collaborate is to survive. Indonesia's decision to take part in the first RCID is a commitment to unlock the full potential of Industry 4.0 technology implementation. Indonesia, together with several Asia-Pacific countries, has established the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0. Together, we acknowledge that Industry 4.0 will trigger a major shift in the global economy and even society itself. This will produce innovations and increase productivity in global value chains. As manufacturers become increasingly digitized, smart, and interconnected. With the help of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO, RCID has become a platform for stakeholders and experts to share industrial development knowledge and experiences for key industrial players across the Asia-Pacific region. This will also become an instrument to reach and empower every part of society across the world in broader economic and social progress, giving equal opportunities in developing sustainable industrial growth for every nation in the world. Indonesia for RCID 2.0, accelerating Industry 4.0 for inclusive and sustainable industrialization.
Industry 4.0 promises improved methods of production through new technologies, including automation, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, or the Internet of Things. The rapid pace of change and structural shift towards the fourth industrial revolution and the adoption of new technologies, accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, will irrevocably transform systems and, consequently, how people live, interact, and work. In that context, the changes brought about by digital transformation to production will significantly impact the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, with potential economic, social, and environmental benefits. However, to harness the full potential of future industrial practices, it is crucial for governments to ensure that their countries are well prepared through coherent strategies, adequate governance models, innovative policies, and enhanced collaboration at the national, regional, and international levels. As part of its mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, supports this transition by preparing both developed and developing countries to enter the fourth industrial revolution. In the Asia and Pacific region, the need for collective actions to respond to the challenges of Industry 4.0 was addressed during the first Regional Conference on Industrial Development, RCID, that took place in 2018 in Bali, Indonesia. Initiated by the government of Indonesia, in line with its initiative Making Indonesia 4.0 and with the support of UNIDO. This high-level conference led to the endorsement of the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0, which reflects the willingness to collaborate and enhance partnerships between industry stakeholders in the Asia and Pacific region. Following the success of the first RCID, the government of Indonesia, in partnership with UNIDO, is organizing the second RCID under the theme Acceleration of Industry 4.0 for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization. During 2 days, the second RCID brings together policymakers from the Asia and Pacific region, representatives from private sector, international and regional institutions and organizations, as well as the civil society, to further promote global and regional cooperation in the transformation process towards the fourth industrial revolution. Key topics will be discussed and tackled, such as challenges and opportunities of Industry 4.0 in the Asia-Pacific region, in times of COVID-19 and beyond, digital transformation ecosystem, inclusivity and sustainability, as well as regional cooperation efforts to accelerate Industry 4.0 adoption. By addressing issues such as job creation, skill upgrading, access to adequate infrastructure, regulatory and institutional reforms, and data ownership and security, the second RCID will pave the way towards the preparation of Asia and Pacific contribution to the G20 meetings that will take place in 2022 under the presidency of the Republic of Indonesia.
Good morning and welcome to the first regional conference on industrial development sponsored by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Indonesian Ministry of Industry, and Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are pleased to inform you that the theme of this 2-day conference is Unlocking the Potential of Industry 4.0 for developing countries.
I strongly believe the conference will be fun because we will talk about robots, artificial intelligence, cloud robotics, supercomputer, smart factories, industrial drones, things that we dream of when we were child. Iron Man, Transformers, X-Men, or even Terminator, where computer and robot takes over the world. We are gathering here to make sure that this does not happen. Instead of being used by robots, we will use them for the benefit of human beings.
This is a very important topic, event. I really appreciate the government vision on this issue to support.
Thank you for support of UNIDO and Ministry of Foreign Affairs to create this event and to co-host this event.
The inauguration will be conducted by making the number 4 on the tab to represent Industry 4.0.
Industry 4.0 digital transformation of industry in the fourth industrial revolution.
The place where the products are, finally assembled and engineered and all that, they capture very little of the time. Okay.
Now, the fourth industrial revolution also changed the way we consume, the way we sell and distribute, as Mr. Arwaki has alluded to, but also changed the type of skills that we would need and also the nature of work.
It's not the situation, it's not whether we have to accept it or not, but it's the situation has characterized what the world now, especially in the issue of industry.
We talk about the industry and then we talk about how to implement it. The one thing that's very important is human resource.
mainly just inspiration of what Industry 4.0 actually could do from the point of view of product design.
And what is the view of the government? What are the opportunities and threats from this Industry 4.0 influencing repositioning or restructuring in global value chain? Many governments are referring recently, at least we at UNIDO, we always get requests.
The difference between the whole 3IL and 4IL can be a hyper-connection.
We undertake both investment, promotion, as well as industry development.
Given the fact that there is a big gap, so the question is how to bridge the gap.
Industry 4.0, yes, there's a lot of technology adoption, but we also want to make sure our people are able to keep up with this new wave of industrial revolution.
So now we are facing what's so-called the fourth industrial revolution.
People don't associate with Industry 4.0, but actually is also very important if you consider digital technologies.
And there is already ASEAN integration initiatives, and UNIDO is minded also to help them to implement the work plan.
Discussion of creative economic contribution to economic development has not been discussed or has not been elaborated sufficiently in international level.
How do we really get more of you involved? How do we really get some of the leading companies involved? Which governments are championing some initiatives?
We hope this conference will be very fruitful for us together, have an idea to move forward what's actually could be done at the next time.
Dalam beberapa dekade terakhir, ekonomi Indonesia telah bertumbuh dengan pesat. Dalam kurun waktu 17 tahun terakhir, kita telah berhasil meningkatkan produk domestik bruto atau PDB sebanyak 6 kali lipat dan menaikkan peringkat ekonomi global sebanyak 11 peringkat, sehingga ekonomi kita berhasil menempati urutan ke-16 pada tahun 2017. Indonesia adalah negara kepulauan dengan populasi keempat terbesar di dunia, yang didukung oleh jumlah generasi muda yang besar, sumber daya yang berlimpah, dan potensi yang besar untuk bertumbuh lebih pesat lagi. Dunia saat ini sedang memasuki era revolusi industri yang keempat, di mana kita melihat beberapa teknologi utama. Internet of Things yang menghubungkan kita dengan apapun, kapanpun, dan dimanapun. Big Data Analytics dan Artificial Intelligence yang mendukung kemampuan manusia. Serta aplikasi lainnya termasuk Advanced Robotics, Wearables, dan 3D Printer yang akan membawa kita menuju masa depan yang lebih cerah. Jika kita bisa memanfaatkan teknologi tersebut, kita akan membawa bangsa kita ke tingkat yang lebih tinggi. Indonesia telah menetapkan 3 target untuk menjadi 10 besar ekonomi dunia pada tahun 2030. Pertama, untuk meningkatkan nilai ekspor neto menjadi 10% dari nilai PDB. Kedua, melipat gandakan produktivitas tenaga kerja kita. Dan ketiga, meningkatkan anggaran litbang dan desain menjadi 2% dari nilai PDB. Indonesia telah menetapkan 5 sektor fokus manufaktur, yakni makanan dan minuman, membangun industri makanan dan minuman terkemuka di ASEAN. Tekstil, menjadi produsen functional clothing terkemuka. Otomotif, pemimpin ekspor kendaraan ICE dan kendaraan listrik. Kimia, menjadi pemain terkemuka dalam industri biokimia. Serta elektronik, mengembangkan kemampuan pelaku industri domestik. Indonesia berkomitmen untuk melakukan 10 prioritas nasional hingga tahun 2030. 1. Memperbaiki alur aliran barang dan material dengan memperkuat industri hulu. 2. Merancang ulang zona industri di seluruh penjuru negeri. 3. Mengakomodasi standar-standar keberlanjutan untuk peluang bisnis di masa depan. 4. Memberdayakan usaha kecil dan menengah melalui teknologi. 5. Meningkatkan infrastruktur digital seperti jaringan telekomunikasi dan cloud. 6. Menarik minat investor asing untuk mempercepat transfer teknologi dan meningkatkan peluang pasar. 7. Meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia melalui perancangan kembali kurikulum pendidikan. 8. Membangun ekosistem inovasi melalui peningkatan kualitas dan kuantitas pusat penelitian dan pengembangan. 9. Memberikan insentif untuk berinvestasi dalam teknologi untuk mendorong adopsi teknologi maju. Dan yang terakhir, 10. Mengharmonisasikan peraturan dan kebijakan sehingga lebih konsisten dan ramah bagi para investor. Kita menatap masa depan di mana Indonesia sukses menerapkan revolusi industri keempat. Melalui inisiatif Making Indonesia 4, Indonesia akan memperoleh tambahan pertumbuhan PDB sebesar 1 hingga 2% per tahun pada periode 2018 sampai 2030 dan menciptakan lebih dari 10 juta lapangan kerja tambahan. Teknologi bukan hanya untuk kemajuan ekonomi kita, namun juga untuk kesejahteraan seluruh rakyat Indonesia.
As we realize that digitalization in industrial development is inevitable, implementing the concept of Industry 4.0 has been the main priority for Indonesia's central government. The synergy between humans and technology has become a foundation to optimize the full utilization of our natural resources, embodied in the grand concept of roadmap Making Indonesia 4.0. This has become our approach towards economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. As we understand, to collaborate is to survive. Indonesia's decision to take part in the first RCID is a commitment to unlock the full potential of Industry 4.0 technology implementation. Indonesia, together with several Asia-Pacific countries, has established the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0. Together, we acknowledge that Industry 4.0 will trigger a major shift in the global economy and even society itself. This will produce innovations and increase productivity in global value chains. As manufacturers become increasingly digitized, smart, and interconnected. With the help of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO, RCID has become a platform for stakeholders and experts to share industrial development knowledge and experiences for key industrial players across the Asia-Pacific region. This will also become an instrument to reach and empower every part of society across the world in broader economic and social progress, giving equal opportunities in developing sustainable industrial growth for every nation in the world. Indonesia for RCID 2.0, accelerating Industry 4.0 for inclusive and sustainable industrialization.
Industry 4.0 promises improved methods of production through new technologies, including automation, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, or the Internet of Things. The rapid pace of change and structural shift towards the fourth industrial revolution and the adoption of new technologies, accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, will irrevocably transform systems and, consequently, how people live, interact, and work. In that context, the changes brought about by digital transformation to production will significantly impact the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, with potential economic, social, and environmental benefits. However, to harness the full potential of future industrial practices, it is crucial for governments to ensure that their countries are well prepared through coherent strategies, adequate governance models, innovative policies, and enhanced collaboration at the national, regional, and international levels. As part of its mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, supports this transition by preparing both developed and developing countries to enter the fourth industrial revolution. In the Asia and Pacific region, the need for collective actions to respond to the challenges of Industry 4.0 was addressed during the first Regional Conference on Industrial Development, RCID, that took place in 2018 in Bali, Indonesia. Initiated by the government of Indonesia, in line with its initiative Making Indonesia 4.0 and with the support of UNIDO, this high-level conference led to the endorsement of the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0, which reflects the willingness to collaborate and enhance partnerships between industry stakeholders in the Asia and Pacific region. Following the success of the first RCID, the government of Indonesia, in partnership with UNIDO, is organizing the second RCID under the theme Acceleration of Industry 4.0 for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization. During 2 days, the second RCID brings together policymakers from the Asia and Pacific region, representatives from private sector, international and regional institutions and organizations, as well as the civil society, to further promote global and regional cooperation in the transformation process towards the fourth industrial revolution. Key topics will be discussed and tackled, such as challenges and opportunities of Industry 4.0 in the Asia-Pacific region, in times of COVID-19 and beyond, digital transformation ecosystem, inclusivity and sustainability, as well as regional cooperation efforts to accelerate Industry 4.0 adoption. By addressing issues such as job creation, skill upgrading, access to adequate infrastructure, regulatory and institutional reforms, and data ownership and security, the second RCID will pave the way towards the preparation of Asia and Pacific contribution to the G20 meetings that will take place in 2022 under the presidency of the Republic of Indonesia.
Good morning and welcome to the first regional conference on industrial development, sponsored by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Indonesian Ministry of Industry, and Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are pleased to inform you that the theme of this 2-day conference is Unlocking the Potential of Industry 4.0 for developing countries.
I strongly believe the conference will be fun because we will talk about robots, artificial intelligence, cloud robotics, supercomputer, smart factories, industrial drones, things that we dream of when we were child. Iron Man, Transformers, X-Men, or even Terminator, where computer and robot takes over the world. We are gathering here to make sure that this does not happen. Instead of being used by robots, we will use them for the benefit of human beings.
This is a very important topic, event. I really appreciate the government vision on this issue to support.
Thank you for support of UNIDO and Ministry of Foreign Affairs to create this event and to co-host this event.
The inauguration will be conducted by making the number 4 on the tab to represent Industry 4.0.
Industry 4.0 digital transformation of industry in the fourth industrial revolution.
The place where the artifacts are, finally assembled and engineered and all that, they capture very little of the time. Okay.
Now, the fourth industrial revolution also changed the way we consume, the way we sell and distribute, as Mr. Rafi has alluded to, but also changed the type of skills that we would need and also the nature of work.
It's not the situation, it's not whether we have to accept it or not, but it's the situation has characterized what the world now, specifically in the issue of industry.
We talk about the industry and then we talk about how to implement it. The one thing that's very important is human resource.
Mainly just inspiration of what Industry 4.0 actually could do from the point of view of product design.
And what is the view of the government? What are the opportunities and threats from this Industry 4.0 influencing repositioning or restructuring in global value chain? Many governments are referring recently, at least we at UNIDO, we always get requests.
The difference between the 3IL and 4IL can be a hyper-connection.
We undertake both investment, promotion, as well as industry development.
Given the fact that there is a big gap, so the question is how to bridge the gap.
Industry 4.0, yes, there's a lot of technology adoption, but we also want to make sure our people are able to keep up with this new wave of industrial revolution.
So now we are facing what's so-called the fourth industrial revolution.
People don't associate with Industry 4.0, but actually it's also very important if you consider digital technologies.
And there is already ASEAN integration initiatives, and UNIDO is invited also to help them to implement the work plan.
Discussion of creative economy contribution to economic development has not been discussed or has not been elaborated sufficiently in international level.
How do we really get more of you involved? How do we really get some of the leading companies involved? Which governments are championing some initiatives?
We hope this conference will give a very fruitful for us together, have an idea to move forward what's actually could be done at the next time.
Dalam beberapa dekade terakhir, ekonomi Indonesia telah bertumbuh dengan pesat. Dalam kurun waktu 17 tahun terakhir, kita telah berhasil meningkatkan produk domestik bruto atau PDB sebanyak 6 kali lipat dan menaikkan peringkat ekonomi global sebanyak 11 peringkat. Sehingga ekonomi kita berhasil menempati urutan ke-16 pada tahun 2017. Indonesia adalah negara kepulauan dengan populasi keempat terbesar di dunia, yang didukung oleh jumlah generasi muda yang besar, sumber daya yang berlimpah, dan potensi yang besar untuk bertumbuh lebih pesat lagi. Dunia saat ini sedang memasuki era revolusi industri yang keempat, di mana kita melihat beberapa teknologi utama. Internet of Things yang menghubungkan kita dengan apapun, kapanpun, dan dimanapun. Big Data Analytics dan Artificial Intelligence yang mendukung kemampuan manusia. Serta aplikasi lainnya termasuk Advanced Robotics, Wearables, dan 3D Printer yang akan membawa kita menuju masa depan yang lebih cerah. Jika kita bisa memanfaatkan teknologi tersebut, kita akan membawa bangsa kita ke tingkat yang lebih tinggi. Indonesia telah menetapkan 3 target untuk menjadi 10 besar ekonomi dunia pada tahun 2030. Pertama, untuk meningkatkan nilai ekspor neto menjadi 10% dari nilai PDB. Kedua, melipat gandakan produktivitas tenaga kerja kita. Dan ketiga, meningkatkan anggaran litbang dan desain menjadi 2% dari nilai PDB. Indonesia telah menetapkan 5 sektor fokus manufaktur, yakni makanan dan minuman, membangun industri makanan dan minuman terkemuka di ASEAN. Tekstil, menjadi produsen functional clothing terkemuka. Otomotif, pemimpin ekspor kendaraan ICE dan kendaraan listrik. Kimia, menjadi pemain terkemuka dalam industri biokimia. Serta elektronik, mengembangkan kemampuan pelaku industri domestik. Indonesia berkomitmen untuk melakukan 10 prioritas nasional hingga tahun 2030. 1. Memperbaiki alur aliran barang dan material dengan memperkuat industri hulu. 2. Merancang ulang zona industri di seluruh penjuru negeri. 3. Mengakomodasi standar-standar keberlanjutan untuk peluang bisnis di masa depan. 4. Memberdayakan usaha kecil dan menengah melalui teknologi. 5. Meningkatkan infrastruktur digital seperti jaringan telekomunikasi dan cloud. 6. Menarik minat investor asing untuk mempercepat transfer teknologi dan meningkatkan peluang pasar. 7. Meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia melalui perancangan kembali kurikulum pendidikan. 8. Membangun ekosistem inovasi melalui peningkatan kualitas dan kuantitas pusat penelitian dan pengembangan. 9. Memberikan insentif untuk berinvestasi dalam teknologi untuk mendorong adopsi teknologi maju. Dan yang terakhir, 10. Mengharmonisasikan peraturan dan kebijakan sehingga lebih konsisten dan ramah bagi para investor. Kita menatap masa depan di mana Indonesia sukses menerapkan revolusi industri keempat. Melalui inisiatif Making Indonesia 4, Indonesia akan memperoleh tambahan pertumbuhan PDB sebesar 1 hingga 2% per tahun pada periode 2018 sampai 2030 dan menciptakan lebih dari 10 juta lapangan kerja tambahan. Teknologi bukan hanya untuk kemajuan ekonomi kita, namun juga untuk kesejahteraan seluruh rakyat Indonesia.
As we realize that digitalization in industrial development is inevitable, implementing the concept of Industry 4.0 has been the main priority for Indonesia's central government. The synergy between humans and technology has become a foundation to optimize the full utilization of our natural resources, embodied in the grand concept of Roadmap Making Indonesia 4.0. This has become our approach towards economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. As we understand, to collaborate is to survive. Indonesia's decision to take part in the first RCID is a commitment to unlock the full potential of Industry 4.0 technology implementation. Indonesia, together with several Asia-Pacific countries, has established the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0. Together, we acknowledge that Industry 4.0 will trigger a major shift in the global economy and even society itself. This will produce innovations and increase productivity in global value chains. As manufacturers become increasingly digitized, smart, and interconnected. With the help of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO, RCID has become a platform for stakeholders and experts to share industrial development knowledge and experiences for key industrial players across the Asia-Pacific region. This will also become an instrument to reach and empower every part of society across the world in broader economic and social progress, giving equal opportunities in developing sustainable industrial growth for every nation in the world. Indonesia for RCID 2.0, accelerating Industry 4.0 for inclusive and sustainable industrialization.
Industry 4.0 promises improved methods of production through new technologies, including automation, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, or the Internet of Things. The rapid pace of change and structural shift towards the fourth industrial revolution and the adoption of new technologies, accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, will irrevocably transform systems and, consequently, how people live, interact, and work. In that context, the changes brought about by digital transformation to production will significantly impact the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, with potential economic, social, and environmental benefits. However, to harness the full potential of future industrial practices, it is crucial for governments to ensure that their countries are well prepared through coherent strategies, adequate governance models, innovative policies, and enhanced collaboration at the national, regional, and international levels. As part of its mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, supports this transition by preparing both developed and developing countries to enter the fourth industrial revolution. In the Asia and Pacific region, the need for collective actions to respond to the challenges of Industry 4.0 was addressed during the first Regional Conference on Industrial Development, RCID, that took place in 2018 in Bali, Indonesia. Initiated by the government of Indonesia, in line with its initiative Making Indonesia 4.0 and with the support of UNIDO. This high-level conference led to the endorsement of the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0, which reflects the willingness to collaborate and enhance partnerships between industry stakeholders in the Asia and Pacific region. Following the success of the first RCID, the government of Indonesia, in partnership with UNIDO, is organizing the second RCID under the theme Acceleration of Industry 4.0 for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization. During 2 days, the second RCID brings together policymakers from the Asia and Pacific region, representatives from private sector, international and regional institutions and organizations, as well as the civil society, to further promote global and regional cooperation in the transformation process towards the fourth industrial revolution. Key topics will be discussed and tackled: such as challenges and opportunities of Industry 4.0 in the Asia-Pacific region, in times of COVID-19 and beyond, digital transformation ecosystem, inclusivity and sustainability, as well as regional cooperation efforts to accelerate Industry 4.0 adoption. By addressing issues such as job creation, skill upgrading, access to adequate infrastructure, regulatory and institutional reforms, and data ownership and security. The second RCID will pave the way towards the preparation of Asia and Pacific contribution to the G20 meetings that will take place in 2022 under the presidency of the Republic of Indonesia.
Good morning and welcome to the first regional conference on industrial development sponsored by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Indonesian Ministry of Industry, and Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are pleased to inform you that the theme of this 2 days conference is Unlocking the Potential of Industry 4.0 for developing countries.
I strongly believe the conference will be fun because we will talk about robots, artificial intelligence, cloud robotics, supercomputer, smart factories, industrial drones, things that we dream of when we were child. Iron Man, Transformers, X-Men, or even Terminator, where computer and robot takes over the world. We are gathering here to make sure that this does not happen. Instead of being used by robots, we will use them for the benefit of human beings.
This is a very important topic, event. I really appreciate the government vision on this issue to support.
Thank you for support of UNIDO and Ministry of Foreign Affairs to create this event and to co-host this event.
The inauguration will be conducted by making the number 4 on the tab to represent Industry 4.0.
Industry 4.0 digital transformation of industry in the fourth industrial revolution.
The place where the products are, finally assembled and engineered and all that, they capture very little of the time. Okay.
Now, the fourth industrial revolution also changed the way we consume, the way we sell and distribute, as Mr. Rafi has alluded to, but also changed the type of skills that we would need and also the nature of work.
It's not the situation, it's not whether we have to accept it or not, but it's the situation has characterized what the world now, especially in the issue of industry.
We talk about the industry and then we talk about how to implement it. The one thing is very important is human resource.
Maybe just an inspiration of what Industry 4.0 actually could do from the point of view of product design.
And what is the view of the government? What are the opportunities and threats from this Industry 4.0 influencing repositioning or restructuring in global value chain? Many governments are referring recently, at least we at UNIDO, We always get requests.
The difference between the 3IL and 4IL can be hyper-connection.
We undertake both investment, promotion, as well as industry development.
Given the fact that there is a big gap, so the question is how to bridge the gap.
Industry 4.0, yes, there's a lot of technology adoption, but we also want to make sure our people are able to keep up with this new wave of industrial revolution.
So now we are facing what's so-called the fourth industrial revolution.
People don't associate with Industry 4.0, but actually it's also very important if you consider digital technologies.
And there is already ASEAN integration initiatives, and UNIDO is invited also to help them to implement the work plan.
Discussion of creative economy contribution to economic development has not been discussed or has not been elaborated sufficiently in international level.
How do we really get more of you involved? How do we really get some of the leading companies involved? Which governments are championing some initiatives?
We hope this conference will be very fruitful for us together, have an idea to move forward what's actually could be done at the next round.
Dalam beberapa dekade terakhir, ekonomi Indonesia telah bertumbuh dengan pesat. Dalam kurun waktu 17 tahun terakhir, kita telah berhasil meningkatkan produk domestik bruto atau PDB sebanyak 6 kali lipat dan menaikkan peringkat ekonomi global sebanyak 11 peringkat. Sehingga ekonomi kita berhasil menempati urutan ke-16 pada tahun 2017. Indonesia adalah negara kepulauan dengan populasi keempat terbesar di dunia, yang didukung oleh jumlah generasi muda yang besar, sumber daya yang berlimpah, dan potensi yang besar untuk bertumbuh lebih pesat lagi. Dunia saat ini sedang memasuki era revolusi industri yang keempat, di mana kita melihat beberapa teknologi utama. Internet of Things yang menghubungkan kita dengan apapun, kapanpun, dan dimanapun. Big Data Analytics dan Artificial Intelligence yang mendukung kemampuan manusia. Serta aplikasi lainnya termasuk Advanced Robotics, Wearables, dan 3D Printer yang akan membawa kita menuju masa depan yang lebih cerah. Jika kita bisa memanfaatkan teknologi tersebut, kita akan membawa bangsa kita ke tingkat yang lebih tinggi. Indonesia telah menetapkan 3 target untuk menjadi 10 besar ekonomi dunia pada tahun 2030. Pertama, untuk meningkatkan nilai ekspor neto menjadi 10% dari nilai PDB. Kedua, melipat gandakan produktivitas tenaga kerja kita. Dan ketiga, meningkatkan anggaran litbang dan desain menjadi 2% dari nilai PDB. Indonesia telah menetapkan 5 sektor fokus manufaktur, yakni makanan dan minuman, membangun industri makanan dan minuman terkemuka di ASEAN. Tekstil, menjadi produsen functional clothing terkemuka. Otomotif, pemimpin ekspor kendaraan ICE dan kendaraan listrik. Kimia, menjadi pemain terkemuka dalam industri biokimia. Serta elektronik, mengembangkan kemampuan pelaku industri domestik. Indonesia berkomitmen untuk melakukan 10 prioritas nasional hingga tahun 2030. 1. Memperbaiki alur aliran barang dan material dengan memperkuat industri hulu. 2. Merancang ulang zona industri di seluruh penjuru negeri. 3. Mengakomodasi standar-standar keberlanjutan untuk peluang bisnis di masa depan. 4. Memberdayakan usaha kecil dan menengah melalui teknologi. 5. Meningkatkan infrastruktur digital seperti jaringan telekomunikasi dan cloud. 6. Menarik minat investor asing untuk mempercepat transfer teknologi dan meningkatkan peluang pasar. 7. Meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia melalui perancangan kembali kurikulum pendidikan. 8. Membangun ekosistem inovasi melalui peningkatan kualitas dan kuantitas pusat penelitian dan pengembangan. 9. Memberikan insentif untuk berinvestasi dalam teknologi untuk mendorong adopsi teknologi maju. Dan yang terakhir, 10. Mengharmonisasikan peraturan dan kebijakan sehingga lebih konsisten dan ramah bagi para investor. Kita menatap masa depan di mana Indonesia sukses menerapkan revolusi industri keempat. Melalui inisiatif Making Indonesia 4, Indonesia akan memperoleh tambahan pertumbuhan PDB sebesar 1 hingga 2% per tahun pada periode 2018 sampai 2030 dan menciptakan lebih dari 10 juta lapangan kerja tambahan. Teknologi bukan hanya untuk kemajuan ekonomi kita, namun juga untuk kesejahteraan seluruh rakyat Indonesia.
As we realize that digitalization in industrial development is inevitable, implementing the concept of Industry 4.0 has been the main priority for Indonesia's central government. The synergy between humans and technology has become a foundation to optimize the full utilization of our natural resources, embodied in the grand concept of roadmap Making Indonesia 4.0. This has become our approach towards economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. As we understand, to collaborate is to survive. Indonesia's decision to take part in the first RCID is a commitment to unlock the full potential of Industry 4.0 technology implementation. Indonesia, together with several Asia-Pacific countries, has established the Bali Agenda on Industry 4.0. Together, we acknowledge that Industry 4.0 will trigger a major shift in the global economy and even society itself. This will produce innovations and increase productivity in global value chains. As manufacturers become increasingly digitized, smart, and interconnected. With the help of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO, RCID has become a platform for stakeholders and experts to share industrial development knowledge and experiences for key industrial players across the Asia-Pacific region. This will also become an instrument to reach and empower every part of society across the world in broader economic and social progress.
Distinguished guests, ladies
Giving
and
equal
gentlemen,
opportunities
as
in
our
developing
conference will
sustainable
continue
industrial
shortly,
growth for
we'd like to
every
invite
nation in the
everyone
world.
to please enter the ballroom
Indonesia
and please be seated. Thank you. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian, karena acara akan segera dimulai, kami persilakan Anda untuk memasuki ruangan ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Recording in progress. kode KKAML untuk segera mulai. Saya kembalikan kepada Mas Adik ya. Durasinya akan lebih tight.
Hello everyone, Bapak Ibu sekalian, gimana kabarnya? Baik ya, I hope everyone's had a very good lunch and a very strong hit of coffee, because now we're going to get back to business and get deep into the topics that we're going to discuss on the second RCID. So ladies and gentlemen, as we all know and have mentioned in the beginning of our conference, is that the second RCID indeed has represented very important milestones towards the preparations of all the meetings of G20 trade, investments, as well as industry working group, as well as the G20 digital economy task force that will take place next year, in year 2022. And just now, also, in the morning, our speakers have also mentioned regarding the various topics that ranges on the impact of Industry 4.0 on the world of SMEs, as well as on the importance of sustainability. And also, 2 days ago, the Indonesian ministry's officials during a press conference have also stated the importance and the need for other developed countries to have a fair level playing field, as well as a knowledge sharing session. So today we're going to be talking about just that, and on the 4th session we'll dig deeper into the regional collaboration efforts to accelerate Industry 4.0's adoption for inclusive and sustainable industrial developments. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists for the 4th session will be discussing regarding the Industry 4.0 paradigm and its implication for the realization of inclusive and sustainable industrial developments, or what is also called ISID. So ladies and gentlemen, to further understand and get to know the 4th session, please allow me to present to you this next video.
Saya menyampaikan selamat kepada Italia yang telah sukses menjalankan presidensi G20 di tahun 2021. Dan Indonesia merasa terhormat untuk meneruskan presidensi G20 tahun 2022. Kami akan menjamu Yang Mulia dan Bapak Ibu di hamparan pantai Bali yang indah, yang menginspirasi gagasan-gagasan inovatif untuk produktivitas G20 ke depan. Sampai bertemu di Indonesia, terima kasih.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was to give you a glimpse of the feel of our fourth session. So without further ado, please allow me to welcome our moderator for the fourth session, Mr. Marco Camilla, the Chief of Innovation and Digitalization Division of UNIDO.
Hello. Thank you, Amelia. It's a great pleasure to be part of this event, the Regional Conference on Industrial Development. I am connecting from UNIDO headquarters in Vienna. So let me tell you that the fourth industrial revolution is at the center of digital transformation of societies, bringing technologies such as artificial intelligence, 3D printing, big data, robotics, and others. And in addition, with quantum computing and energy innovation that is really envisaging a prosperous future. There are some notes of concerns as well, as the 4IR brings inequalities with women underrepresented and people experimenting some negative impacts, such as mismatches in the job markets or some issues of privacy. But now there is a need for firms or for countries to keep advancing on productivity and competitiveness to catch up with the fourth industrial revolution, and in particular with the Industry 4.0. So let me say that at UNIDO, so we are concluding internal consultations and preparing a 4IR strategic framework that also contains a theory of change. So this is something that very soon we are going to share with member states, with countries all over the world in order to receive feedback. And this is something that we are preparing and working closely with the government of Indonesia, and especially with the G20, where we have started this year in 2020 close consultations on digital transformation and the digital economy. And we plan to continue this in the future. For this session, we've been working closely with Cambridge University, and we will have an initial presentation of a preliminary report by Mr. David Leal Ayala, who is the Deputy Head of Policy Links, Institute for Manufacturing, University of Cambridge. So he's going to provide a presentation on this report that we've been working with UNIDO. And this presentation is on G20 Trade, Investment and Industry Working Group. This is on the response to the update of Industry 4.0 technologies in the Asia-Pacific region. Just let me introduce David Leal Ayala. He is he has been consulting with a number of organizations, including UNIDO, UNDP, and the Inter-American Development Bank, Asian Development Bank. He has also authored policy reports and news articles in diverse websites such as UNIDO and World Economic Forum. And he holds a PhD in industrial ecology from the University of Cambridge and a Master of Science in Advanced Manufacturing Technologies from the University of Manchester. Mr. David Leal Ayala, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marco. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon in Jakarta and good morning here in Cambridge in the UK. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me just try to share my slides to see if you can see them. There we go. Can you see my slides? Brilliant. So thank you again for the invitation to be here, and obviously for the collaboration of the paper that we're working together. Let me just tell you a little bit about who we are, who I am, or where I am based. As Marco kindly introduced me, I am based at the Institute for Manufacturing in the University of Cambridge at the Policy Links unit. And basically we are a consultancy unit that works together with governments and international organizations, providing evidence for policy making really around industrial innovation and technology policy. We work roughly half of our work, or 50% of our time, with the UK government, different agencies in the UK government, and also the other 50% of the time we work internationally with countries around the world, really, from in Europe, in the Middle East, in the Americas, also in Asia. On that note, just to highlight some of the work we have done on digitalization, particularly here in the UK and in Ireland, we have supported the development of national digitalization strategies. In Asia, we have done a bit of work, particularly in Indonesia, working with the Asian Development Bank on investigating the impact of new technologies across economic sectors, identifying potential policy options there. And also in Cambodia, we have recently done some work on the adaptation and adoption of Industry 4. We're currently working on a related project of Industry 4 for the Commonwealth countries and the ASEAN countries. So this is a space that we're very interested in, and we're happy to share some of our work and the collaboration we're doing with UNIDO at the moment with you. Just in terms of agenda, just to show you a little bit of what I want to talk about, I just want to introduce briefly some definitions about Industry 4.0 to make sure that we all may be in the same channel, and then talk a little bit about the opportunities for inclusive and sustainable industrial development that Industry 4.0 offers. And then we have been also doing some of the analysis on the readiness and challenges to harnessing Industry 4 in the Asian Pacific region. And then finally, a topic that actually we want also to discuss during the working groups later on is the policy options on how can we work together to leverage Industry 4 for inclusiveness and sustainable industrial development. So if I may begin with the definitions. As you probably know already, Industry 4 is really the progression from 3 previous industrial revolutions. You may remember the first industrial revolution that was powered through steam power and led to mechanization. The second industrial revolution, that was when electric power or electricity was introduced and led to mass production. And then the third, when computers, electronics, and IT were introduced and led to automation. And now we're talking about a fourth industrial revolution that is actually in development. You know? So it's the first time in history that we name a revolution before it actually happens. So we are experiencing it and we're naming it as it happens. And the key characteristic here is that we are moving from just automation to autonomous systems. This means systems in which humans don't have to interact, they don't have to intervene. And that's the critical bit of the fourth industrial revolution, and it's characterized by what we call cyber-physical systems, which is really the interaction of software and the interaction of hardware for this purpose. Now, again, in terms of terminology, there's many different terms going around in the discussions around this topic. The fundamental common aspect is that we're talking about digital technologies, information and communication technologies, things around big data, machine learning, sensors, and so on. And when we apply these technologies to different activities, we tend to use different words or different terms. No? So if we apply this to, for example, communication and education, we tend to call it digital society. When we apply it to commerce and business, we tend to call it digital economy or e-commerce. In government, the same, we call it digital government or e-gov. Smart cities, when we apply it to urban development. But all in all, the fourth industrial revolution encompasses all this. And when we speak specifically about the manufacturing, what happens in the manufacturing space, we tend to refer more to the Industry 4.0 term, no? But in the end, this all has the same characteristic in common, which is the use of ICT and digital technologies to make some of these activities more efficient, more autonomous. So in terms of opportunities, just borrowing a bit of the previous work from our colleagues in UNIDO, you can see from this diagram, really, there's two main ways in which new technologies can help with inclusive, sustainable industrial development. In the upper part of this chart, you can see how technologies or new technologies drive inclusive and sustainable development by introducing new goods to the market, which can lead to jobs and income opportunities, the emergence of new industries, environmental goods, and so on. And then in the lower part of this chart, you can see how new production technologies also contribute to inclusive, sustainable, and industrial development by increasing production efficiency. So you can put new products in the market, or you can also use these technologies to make your operations in manufacturing more efficient. And this can lead to energy and material use efficiency, industrial competitiveness, linkages across the supply chain, and so on. So when we look also in terms of course, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, what we are seeing in our work is that there's already a number of examples of how these technologies are helping with some of the Sustainable Development Goals to lead towards more sustainable and more inclusive industry or manufacturing. When we say more sustainable, what we mean roughly is about, as mentioned just before, is about using fewer energy resources, using cleaner energy resources, using fewer material resources, recycling, reuse, circular economy, and so on, and all these kind of concepts. And when we talk about more inclusive, we mean things around upskilling of the young and the elderly, social protection for displaced workers, women participation in the labor market, and also participation in STEM, in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields, and so on. So just to give you some examples of applications that we're seeing in terms of Industry 4 and how they relate to some of these Sustainable Development Goals, if we look at the one at the bottom there, climate action, we see, for example, big data analysis to monitor natural systems, improve the efficiency of resource use, blockchain technologies to enable cost-effective and transparent carbon emissions tracking, which is very important nowadays, particularly what is happening in Glasgow at the moment with the COP26, the Paris Agreement, and so on. Smart urban transport systems, remote sensing for aerial vehicles to monitor air pollution, and then things around education, as you can see at the top, for example, augmented reality to improve learning experiences, digital monitoring to reduce absenteeism to teachers. In terms of inequalities, number 10, cloud computing to make business services more accessible to SMEs, ICT-enabled financial services to facilitate access to finance to SMEs, and so on. So the examples are there, the case studies are there, and we are seeing this happening. And what is important to say is that sometimes we believe that Industry 4.0 is something too sophisticated about very expensive, high-level technologies. And the reality is that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that SMEs in particular can take and can use to improve their operations, to make things more efficient, more cost-efficient, and really to improve their competitiveness and ensure that they can participate in global supply chains. So just to continue, in terms of the assessment of the readiness and the challenges that the region faces, again, there's this analysis from UNIDO. We know that different countries are at different stages, different levels of industrialization, but also different levels of digital adoption, let's say, in their industries and in their economies in general. So in this analysis from UNIDO, they categorize countries in 4 categories: front runners in terms of the development and the production of advanced digital products and technologies. You have countries, for example, such as China, Japan, Republic of Korea, who have most or many of the intellectual property, and they are in charge, or they have the companies that are developing these new products. Then you have countries that are considered followers in production. So they are involved in the actual production of these technologies, but they may not have the intellectual property or the R&D, the research and development activities necessarily at the level of the front runners. Here we have countries like India, for example. Then there's countries that are adopting these, so they are followers in adoption, so they have a relatively high level of adoption of these new technologies, such as Bangladesh, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam. And then they have what this framework considers as latecomers in production, countries like Philippines, in which there's economies with some patenting, some exporting activity in these technologies, but not necessarily that close to the other ones in terms of adoption or also in R&D and production of these technologies. So there's a variety of contexts and situations in the region in general terms, but what matters is that when you look at one particular country, what you face is that there are system level challenges and there's also firm level challenges. In particularly, depending on in which sector the companies are, they may face even different challenges. So for example, when we speak of system level challenges, we think about skills and capacity building at a system and ecosystem level in the country. For example, a mismatch between graduates' skills and the skills demanded by industries and digital technologies is common to see across countries. Things around the innovation ecosystem limit collaboration between industry and research organizations, limit training services. This is often very common in many countries, even here in Europe as well. Things around regulatory frameworks, norms, and standards. For example, reference technical standards to ensure that new technologies communicate with old legacy technologies already in place in many companies. That's a key issue. That's a key area of development. And things around, for example, partnerships, investment, and infrastructure. So even before we think of adoption of digital technologies, sometimes what we see is that access, for example, to internet, access to mobile connections, mobile phones, to electricity and so on, it can be a limit in some places, and that's a big system level challenge. And then, of course, we have at the firm level the technical, the economic, the organizational barriers, and I want to show you some data on that. Again, some data from UNIDO in terms of when you consider the level of adoption or sophistication of the technologies adopted by different companies and firms across different countries, this is very variable. So in this case, we have a framework that categorizes from basic to intermediate to advanced technology adoption. And you can see that in basic, what it means is that these companies do a lot of the processes manually. They do a lot of manual operations. They maybe use some basic technologies like Excel, the normal kind of software that we have in our laptops. Then you move into the more intermediate level, in which is more automation, but it's the traditional automation that is already well established. It has been there out there for a while. And then you can see that only a very, very thin percentage there of companies in these countries are moving into more advanced applications of the Industry 4.0, trying to explore things around big data, maybe some applications with especially with machine learning and so on. So the levels of adoption, again, of these technologies are very variable between countries. And the target is, from a policy perspective, how can we help those companies that are there at the bottom in the basic technology adoption to move upwards? No? What do we need to do to facilitate this adoption? Again, some data from Indonesia, some previous work that we have done in Indonesia, conducted a survey of more than 500 companies across 6 sectors in Indonesia: textile and clothing, footwear, electronics, automotive, food and beverage. And what we saw is that even though companies are reporting perceived benefits of adopting Industry 4.0 technologies, such as increased productivity, energy efficiency, improved planning and budgeting, and so on, they are also facing a number of barriers for adoption. No? Things around high financial needs, so the cost of technology might be too high for them, especially SMEs or small companies, lack of skilled workers, technical uncertainties, cultural resistance to change, and some digital infrastructure gaps. Particularly for SMEs, the thing about the cost is significant because obviously SMEs have very, not only limit financial resources, but they are very focused on their day-to-day operations. They don't have a lot of maybe the in-house skills and capabilities and people to be thinking about how to integrate these new technologies. So sometimes there's a need for some external support in order to facilitate adoption. Again, some examples from Cambodia, some previous work that we have done in Cambodia, again, in terms of, this is a survey in companies, around 50 companies in the garment, textile, and footwear sector. Some key barriers that companies are mentioning for them to adopt the Industry 4.0 technologies include lack of skilled personnel, again, lack of information and concrete examples, high financial investment, the cost, lack of access to specialized expertise and advice. Just in line with what I was mentioning, it's expensive. Maybe we don't have the capabilities in-house. How can we do this? How can we get external help? And a number of other barriers. Some mention cybersecurity concerns, which is a big thing as well. Lack of standards, infrastructure, resistance to change, and so on. And again, just to finish this point, even before we think of adopting these technologies, there are structural system-level challenges that we need to address. For example, if we look at this table here in terms of access to electricity across the region, you can see that, for example, or mostly for rural population in some countries, electricity access is still an issue that needs to be addressed. So even before we think of adopting these technologies, there's some higher level, system level challenges that we need to be thinking of. Electricity, access to internet, to connectivity, and so on. And just to finalize really the topic that we want to get into during the working groups, in terms of policy options that we can leverage to exploit really the benefits of Industry 4.0. In the work that we have been doing together with UNIDO, we have identified 5 main pillars for policy action. We think these are people, technology, innovation, investment, and institutions. And as you can see, when we talk about people, we think there are very specific actions that can be taken around, for example, developing programs for workforce reskilling and upskilling. The concerns that Marco was mentioning about whether Industry 4 will lead to some people losing their jobs or not. What we see in different countries is that all these programs, Industry 4.0 programs, always tend to come together with an upskilling, reskilling kind of scheme also. Not only for people to be able to, again, to adopt these technologies in companies, but also in the case that some people need to find other jobs. Technology, again, very important to raise awareness of the business value of these technologies, to demonstrate how they work, so people can so people are not afraid of them and they can see the benefits. Financing tailor-made low-cost solutions for SMEs. We see countries developing low-cost kits, toolkits that they can give to companies. Developing business advisory services for technology adoption. In terms of innovation, of course, developing things around incubators for technology startups, investing in research and technology facilities, leveraging regional and international collaboration, which is something that we can discuss now in the working groups. Investment, again, not only investing in the physical and digital infrastructure, but also a key model is public-private partnerships to invest in infrastructure and also to invest in digital technology adoption support programs. And finally, institutions. We do need to work on the whole theme around regulation, around creating these governance structures for coordinating national policies, for digital policies, promoting campaigns and regulation to reduce discrimination or structural discrimination, ensure that access to Industry 4 leads to inclusiveness, to sustainability, and so on. So in a nutshell, this is what I have for you right now, and we'll be very happy to discuss now in the working groups. I will be also joined by my colleague Michele Palladino from Policy Links in Cambridge for one of the working groups. So back to you, Marco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David, for this fascinating presentation and for highlighting the role of Industry 4.0. And this is part of the fourth industrial revolution, where, as you have mentioned, we have digital economy, smart cities, digital government, and also digital technologies applied to social issues. So this is very interesting. Also, you have shown the different levels of adaptation of countries in the Asia-Pacific region to the Industry 4.0. But let me say that something that we note also in the region is that the region is moving very fast on catching up with the Industry 4.0 and the fourth industrial revolution technologies. So let me just announce and show my appreciation to the Minister of Industry, who has just arrived to the room and is with us to participate in this session. Now we are going to move to the next segment. So we have very interesting section here where we are going to divide into three breakout sessions. And the three sessions are sustainability, where we have as a main question, how can we leverage Industry 4.0 technologies to transition to sustainable industrial model? The second session is on ecosystem, and the question is, how can we develop effective innovation ecosystems to accelerate the adoption of Industry 4.0? And the third working group is on inclusiveness. How do we ensure that the benefits of Industry 4.0 are evenly distributed among all members of the society? So section on sustainability will be led by our colleague Salih Dut. He is the Chief Technical Advisor of UNIDO Indonesia. The second working group on ecosystem will be led by David Leal Ayala, who just made this presentation with Cambridge University. And the third working group will be led by, on inclusiveness, will be led by Michele Palladino. He is Italian economist, also with the Institute of Manufacturing, Cambridge University. So let me say also that we will come back at 3:20 back to the main room, and you will have this time around 30 minutes to discuss and to complete the template that each of the leaders will show in the breakout session. We will come back and each of you will make a quick presentation, and all this we will put together and give it to the government of Indonesia to contribute to discussion on industrial development, Industry 4.0, for industrial revolution, and also for the G20. So we will go to the breakout rooms now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we have 3 breakout rooms, 2 online and 1 offline, I'd like to invite Mr. Salil to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. Yes, Mr. Salil Dut will be the moderator for the offline breakout room located here in this ballroom. Mr. Salil, I am here to accompany the process as well as to be your assistant during this process. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Amelia. Good afternoon, everybody. So we have limited time, and we would like to collect inputs from everybody on the sustainability aspect of Industry 4.0. To make the process more efficient, we would be presenting one slide. My colleague will be presenting one slide where we can capture all the inputs from the participants, as Ibu Amelia also already suggested. And Bapak Marco also online. We have 3 groups. 2 other groups would be discussing on ecosystem and inclusiveness, and we are tasked to come up with some ideas for how can we leverage Industry 4.0 technologies to transition to sustainable industry models. We understand there are challenges and opportunities, but as we gather today, we are having a bigger task for G20, for preparing our inputs for G20. So while providing inputs, I would request the participants to provide some recommendations which can be taken further with G20. So now the floor is open for inputs. We have exactly 29 minutes to go back to the main room. So I would request participants to provide their inputs. So I'm looking for volunteers who would like to provide the inputs first. May I now request the front row first, if we have some colleagues to provide inputs?
Ya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilakan Anda untuk bergabung bersama kami untuk memberikan input Anda mengenai how can we leverage Industry 4.0 technologies to transition to sustainable industry models. We would love to hear from you as well as have you involved during this breakout room session.
So maybe Ibu Fawzia from Embassy of Pakistan, may I request, or yes, please, you can provide inputs from there. Thank you.
Yeah, so Industry 4.0 is the technological development is technologies at the heart of Industry 4.0. So there, it's all about the gadgets. So we should devise certain ways how we can reuse and recycle the electronic gadgets that we use for the development. So e-waste management should be, there should be some ways to develop the e-waste management systems.
Thank you very much, Ibu Fawzia. I think the comment of what Ibu Fawzia wanted to make, that with Industry 4.0, we would be developing various kinds of devices, the systems, and then we need to make sure that those devices, systems, at the end of their life, we are able to recycle or remanufacture those, and else it can lead to some e-waste management issues. Thank you so much. May I now, our friend from Sri Lanka, please, yeah. Okay, please. Yeah, all right. Let's use that.
Yeah, thank you. I think if we take the key aspects to consider, using fewer energy resources, challenge it would be, especially the SME already invested on machines, and they are maybe high energy consuming machines at the moment. And the challenge will be, replacing them with the latest machineries and devices that requires lesser energy. So the investment, low cost capital for the SME especially will be a challenge. Also, cleaner energy sources, especially it is the renewable energy that we all, looking forward. Especially this region, we have 24, 8-10 hours good sunlight, 365 days. So, and wind power, that kind of things. And recycling and use and circular economy is, I think, mostly in our region of countries, mostly happening it is. And converting into new products, but it needs, looking at making energy out of it. That will be the opportunity that I'm seeing in these critical factors that you have asked to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think very, very valid points regarding this energy. Oh, please. Now I think I must move to oh, yeah. Yes.
It's okay.
I think one of the key issues that we should take out from this is the notion of using fewer energy resources, because using, let's say, using cleaner energy sources would be a great advantage, especially if we're moving to green energy. But using fewer energy resources will actually later in the long term actually increase costs for most of the industries that are going. So I think we should try and figure out to eliminate actually using fewer energy resources, because at the end of the day, industries, like it or not, will use any type of energy resources. So it's actually not energy resources, but actually shifting it to the second point there, using cleaner energy resources. So it's not, again, Indonesia is not in favor of actually using fewer energy resources, but actually shifting to something greener.
Thank you so much. So if I can understand correctly, instead of fewer energy resources, we must mention how do we shift from existing, or let's say fossil fuel-based energy sources to the more clean or renewable energy source. Making it more efficient. Yes, so in the process, it should be more efficient, and then use of energy should also be clean. Thank you so much. Yes.
This is my mic. Thank you so much. I'm from Bangladesh, and I think I'm a policy maker. Especially I do industrial policy for my government. And I think all these 5 are very important for sustainability of Industry 4.0. All these 5, you cannot segregate one from the other, because the world is divided into 2. The people, those who are developed countries, they have all these 5. The people, those who are developing, or LDCs, they need to achieve these 5. So what we can do, we can use this platform, RCID, as a tool, as an instrument to ensure all these 5 issues for all of the Asia-Pacific members. Because if you see the last slide of the Cambridge universities, the 5 elements that he pointed out are very, very important if we want to catch up the developed world, the people, those who are far, far advanced than us. We, the people of Asia-Pacific regions, somehow we are a little bit far, little bit behind. But we are a bloc, we are a group. We should move together as a group so that we can help each other, we can be benefited from each other to make it sustainable. And this is the cooperation we need from each other. We must form a group, we must form a platform. That platform will tell us if somebody is needed of investment, we will help the investment. If somebody is needed the technology, we will help them in providing technology. If somebody is need some kind of a skill development, we will help others to improve their skill. In this way, only this way, if we can go together, we can achieve sustainability industry 4.0. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think you raise a very valid point of collaboration among the countries who are not so developed and developing, or maybe developed world and developing countries, or least developed countries in the region, to share the information so that all can sustainably implement Industry 4.0. So that all can sustainably implement Industry 4.0. So it requires a regional collaboration and maybe global collaboration if we try to have some recommendations for G20. I would like to have more comments. I understand you wanted to make some comment, maybe later. Yeah. Any additional comment or suggestions?
Ya, kami persilahkan Bapak Ibu sekalian yang ingin berpartisipasi untuk sharing knowledge dan juga ideas bagaimana kita bisa menggunakan Industri 4.0 technology untuk business model yang lebih sustainable lagi. Kami persilahkan yang ingin sharing ideas, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please raise your hand and voice out your knowledge sharing. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from this table, any suggestions? Still thinking? We will come back to you, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, Pran.
I think what's also needed, making Industry 4.0 is not cheap. Let's put it that way. It's a challenge for all countries. So I think what governments need to do to also make this happen is for governments to also provide incentives, either fiscal or non-fiscal incentives, for companies to try and change, to move their production process, the manufacturing process to Industry 4.0. What Indonesia is doing is actually, let's say, providing, we have a super tax deductible up to 300% for implementing R&D, which can also, as a good example, as my minister has put forward, is a very good example on how Indonesia has been pushing for Industry 4.0 for R&D and giving that super tax deductible 200%. So I think if this policy can be replicated across the board, you will have that inclusiveness, you have that opportunity, and no one can say, hey, it's expensive, we can't do it, because there is a chance if government chips in. So it's not government just saying that, because any tax incentive means governments are chipping in. So I think that is one of the main push factors for Industry 4.0 is the financing side.
Thank you very much for bringing this, because yes, I agree. Although through Industry 4.0, we can make products more resilient or more sustainable and processes more efficient, but still it might require some upfront investment. So we might require the conducive regulatory and policy framework to incentivize the Industry 4.0 adoption, so that for the wider proliferation of Industry 4.0. Thank you very much, Pa. We still have a time for comments. So maybe here, if some of our colleagues would like to make some comments, maybe I would also try to explain it once again. For sustainability, we are considering generally on the input side. Input is energy, which can be clean energy, and the materials, and the resource reuse, recycling, and circular economy. So this is towards sustainability, and where we are looking for what kind of challenges we have, what kind of opportunities we have. I think we already discussed about various challenges, but I think we have a lot of opportunities too.
Yes.
So, and more importantly, what together we should do, what can be, targeted for G20 approach. Yeah.
Based on from the presentation from the Cambridge professor, I would like to highlight that based on the comparison list that he made, it was very obvious that two challenges are very important for Asia Pacific or for developing countries. First of all, the human resource training, as well as the policies and the legal framework. And their opportunities, I would say, I would like to commend what Indonesia did during the COVID-19 to provide a package for the SMEs in order to first of all, to assist them to mitigate the impact of COVID, in order to encourage them to use some of the Industry 4.0 tools in order to reach out the markets. And so these are one of the examples that proven to be successful. The second thing, for the role of G20, I would say, as His Excellency the Minister and Mr. also Papa Erlango highlighted yesterday, that Indonesia is the first country, developing countries, to host the G20. And as such, it has a great role, a very important role to leverage this to the developing countries. How they will, maybe through Indo-8, for example. Indonesia can have the role to assist the other developing countries in the region, as well as in other regions like Middle East or Africa, in order to help them to adopt the Industry 4.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pa. So very specifically, you touched on this human capital or skill development aspect, which is very much required for sustainability. We also had this kind of discussion in the earlier earlier sessions by the presenters, and policy framework, and then incentivizing some kind of users for Industry 4.0. Thank you very much.
And
I now request
Mr. Sahil, we also have a representative from Papua New Guinea who would like to convey his message. Sir?
Thank you. I'd like to just touch on the last point. If we, like the speaker from Bangladesh said, you know, the best practices to be shared among other countries, and the earlier speaker regarding the from Indonesia said that government policies that are working should also be looked at.
Can you speak a little louder?
Oh, okay, thank you. The speaker from Bangladesh earlier on did say the best practices should be replicated or shared by countries within the region, and also it touches on what the earlier speaker from Indonesia said about the government policies. That if it's working, then we can, other countries can be able to use or adopt. And I want to make a comment on the recycling. If you look at the recycling of materials, it will tie in with using fewer materials, using cleaner energy sources, and using fewer energy. So if there are good practices that are used by other countries within the region, then we need to upskill our people in how to reuse materials so that we cut down on other materials that we get that is affecting the environment. So I think more needs to be done in reusing what we have already, and that will tie in our lower end community, and the SME sectors would come into a play if we look at ways that we can be able to use materials that are thrown away to make lives for the people much better. So I thought the recycling point is a good one that we can look at in the specific areas in our respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you. I think recycling is very important. Maybe Industry 4.0 can facilitate recycling, and also by Industry 4.0 devices, they should also have a recyclable cycle and in their life cycle. Thank you very much. Yes, we have.
We've been talking about opportunities, assisting SMEs to encourage the use of 4.0. That's a very good thing to say. But whilst we're doing that, we're putting SMEs as an object, while actually SMEs here should be actually the main players in Industry 4.0. So I think, let's say, I see that as an opportunity, but the role of the G20 here is, for Indonesia, is providing and ensuring a level playing field for all SMEs. Which is actually the topic of this RCID is inclusivity, which would also include, let's say, SMEs in government procurement, SMEs, subsidies and all that, across the board, across members of RCID. So if we just encourage them, that wouldn't mean anything. But if we actually put them, let's say, in the procurement process, putting them in trade, give them subsidies. Subsidies is actually sometimes not a good word, but in this sense, without those, without actually not just encouraging, making them the major players, because SMEs actually play, let's say for Indonesia, in the manufacturing side, they play a very, very significant role. Unless we position them as players, then just encourage them will have little value. So again, putting SMEs as a major player, women empowerment in the manufacturing process. Again, either it's SMEs or the major players, that's a must. But again, I would not just say encouraging SMEs, because again, you go back to the challenges, but actually governments actually providing that level playing field for the SMEs. So make it something not something normative, but actually something they can do and something that they can contribute to Industry 4.0.
Thank you. I think it is more on engaging SMEs in the whole process rather than trying to encourage them just to become Industry 4.0. And then you very well raised the gender equality and other points. Thank you very much. We still have about 5 to 7 minutes. Let me just go through the tables. Am I missing somebody? Maybe Paisam wanted to make some point.
No, thank you very much, Salil. I just, in fact, would like to emphasize that one of the takeaway of this conference is to bring it very clearly, to bring it up to the agenda of the G20, the role of Industry 4.0 in helping the developing countries to improve their economic performance as well as to mitigate COVID-19, the pandemic. So this is one of the targets, in fact, of the conference is to maybe to feed into the agenda of G20 and to highlight the role of UN Industry 4.0 to be considered within the agenda of the G20. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Pa. Any additional comments? Any additional comments which my colleague wrote on the slide on? Did we capture most of the things we discussed? Human resource training. Any additional comments and inputs? Maybe I'll go to the table where Ibu was thinking a lot, but I think Ibu, would you like to add something to it? Please.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. For the challenges, I would like to add something that, as my experience, when I introduced the Industry 4.0 in my company, the first thing that I would like to explore is the capability of our manpower. Mm-hmm. So the first thing that before I implement the 4.0, I implement the readiness of my employee. So I build up like the confidence that we can do it, because we come from the small city in the central Java, whereas the, maybe they don't know anything about what is the technology. So we spend, actually companies spend quite something investment in introducing the 4.0, and also to build up the team to make the 4.0 running in our company. So this is the, I think this is the challenges that we're going to have if we want to implement 4.0 in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. And as it is coming right from somebody who has implemented Industry 4.0, it's a very valid point. So maybe the readiness of the human resource to implement Industry 4.0
yes. And also the
solutions.
Readiness from the company, and whether they're willing to invest or not.
Absolutely.
To encourage all
So
the
readiness
employee.
in terms of cost and also in terms of change of mindset.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Because
Yeah.
it might require both from the company side.
Yeah, because I know some companies still have a doubt whether this can be happen or not, because maybe they don't have the belief that changing the the mindset can happen in a short time. So
Yes, the risk appetite of the
Yes.
company maybe to move towards Industry 4.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh yes, please, sir. Yeah.
I would like to add some issues or maybe some point that, according to my opinion, during join in this conference is we don't have discussed yet about the ecosystem. What I mean with ecosystem for industrial 4.0 in one country is not only about how the technology provided or how the regulation or how the player is ready, but also other ecosystem like the financing institution, like the bank, how they will adopt and how they will provide some, maybe some credit package or some financing package for this kind of implementation of Industrial 4.0. That one thing. The second is I didn't see anything, a discussion about the education institution like universities. What kind of universities can contribute in this situation? So those kind of ecosystem is need badly to what you call it for G20. Maybe some advanced country or some developed countries already have the ecosystem that we can replicate in the underdeveloped or in the developing country. The second thing is the methodology that I didn't also see is the comparative study. Means that yes, during today we know the presentation from India, from Vietnam, also from several our country is reported how they implement or how they have experience. But this kind of thing is not really enough for us to study as a comparison or to know how other country is being advanced in the implementation of this area. Testing that one is ecosystem must be enlarging, and the second is comparative study or comparison between us is also important, facilitated by UNIDO to make a curation about how the progress in other countries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your points. I could conclude like 3 specific points. One, you spoke about the financing of Industry 4.0 solutions. Second is how readiness of the universities to support Industry 4.0. And third is information exchange or know-how exchange between the countries rather than just saying what they have done. So actual know-how exchange should be there for. Okay, so maybe I will repeat what Pas said. He said that Industry 4.0 in universities is taught in very specific or technical faculties. However, it should also be taught or undertaken by other multidisciplinary faculties for wider dissemination of Industry 4.0. Thank you very much. We are, I think, can somebody confirm how much time we left now? I think 3:20 already. Maybe one last input, if there is any. Anyone would like to provide one last comment or input? I think we are approaching closing of this session. Now we will go back to our main session. Over to you, Ibu Amelia. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Salil, for excellently moderating this very interactive sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of us a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And now we has come to the recap session of the day, as we have 3 moderators. Salil here in a breakout room that's offline, or here in the ballroom. We also have 2 others that's online, attending virtually. And well, I guess next would be the recap as well as the messages conveyed from their own notes that the participants in each breakout rooms have conveyed. And I guess we'll have the 2 moderators online to first convey their messages, and then it will be your turn. Is that okay, Mr. Salil? Okay, excellent. So I guess I'll have to have Marco. Mr. Marco, I hope you can hear us.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. So how are the other breakout rooms doing?
Well, passing very well. There is a very short time frame, but I think I'm excited by this fascinating discussion by all contributions from participants.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marco. And do you think the other moderators in the other breakout rooms are ready to recap their sessions?
Sure, they should be.
Okay, excellent. So I guess let's have the other moderators. Marco, if you could signal it to them that it's time for them to convey and recap their sessions. The floor is yours.
Okay. We are already connected on the plenary, or I think we all redirected to the main room in 5 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much, Marco. So we have 3 breakout rooms, and right now each moderator from each breakout rooms are going to convey and recap their respective sessions. So through Marco, we're going to have each moderator to recap. Marco, it's your choice, I guess, to choose which moderator shall go first.
Thank you, Amelia. Let's go in order. First one on sustainability by my UNIDO colleague Salil Cruz. Salil, are you ready? Hello.
Okay, Marco, I guess Mr. Salil is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause.
Hello. Yeah. May I now request Yana to put the slide there? All right. I will use this mic because then I can see this. So thank you very much, Marco. We had a wonderful discussion here, and we got very valuable inputs from the participants. So if I try to summarize this, I hope you are able to see this summary sheet, where we captured all the inputs, various challenges which have been discussed about the device's recyclability. So once we have various devices which will be developed under Industry 4.0 adoption or utilization. So the recyclability of the devices is one of the challenges. Human resource training, because the readiness of the industry to implement Industry 4.0 solutions is important. So we are having challenges for human resource training. Energy resources, we have various comments like we mentioned fewer energy sources. Everybody is accepting that we need to make energy use more efficient using Industry 4.0 and move to the clean energy. So whatever energy we are using, we need to use very efficiently, and the demand should be met by the clean energy. Cost is one challenge. because Industry 4.0 many times might require some capital investment, upfront capital investment, that may not be possible for all the small and medium scale enterprises to invest in all of a sudden. I miss global collaboration. Global collaboration is also one kind of challenge and one kind of opportunity, and this can be one kind of recommendation also for G20, because we need to have global collaboration, know-how exchange to actually create some level playing field, because we have disparity of the SMEs in terms of Industry 4.0 adoption if we compare various countries in this region as well and globally as well. So that might be one of the recommendations for G20 as well. Government incentives, the lack of available incentives from the government side is also one of the challenge, which also creates one kind of recommendations for G20. Policies and legal framework, the conducive policies needs to be developed for participating countries. Reuse, recycling of what already is available. So the effort should be made to use Industry 4.0 solutions for recycling and reuse of the resources, which will bring Industry 4.0 in the front end for recycling and reuse industry. Capability of manpower. So one of our participants actually had implemented Industry 4.0 solutions, and she had the challenge for the availability of manpower, the readiness of the manpower to implement Industry 4.0 solutions. At the same time, the risk appetite from the SMEs to take up Industry 4.0 solutions, to adopt, and also willing to change their existing processes following digitalization. Industry 4.0 is one of the challenge. Building ecosystem, I'm sure this must have been one point with the other breakout group, but it is worth reiterating or repeating that we need to have an ecosystem which will support Industry 4.0, especially some kind of financing mechanism, because SMEs might require some kind of finances to overcome upfront cost. Educational system, it has been discussed that we have traditional education system which does not actually include Industry 4.0 or digitalization as a course curriculum to start with. And in many of the universities also, this Industry 4.0 has been taught by very specialized or technical faculties. However, it will be beneficial if that can be utilized, this can be taught by other disciplines or faculties from the university. Then comparative studies facilitated by UNIDO, I think this is the recommendation for us. Those kind of comparative studies and know-how exchange, if it is available. It's not available as a challenge, but as a recommendation, it should be made available for wider dissemination and proliferation of Industry 4.0. There are various opportunities in terms of resource efficiency, energy efficiency, recyclability, use of Industry 4.0 for those kind of interventions. Then engaging SMEs is to the full process. One of our participants mentioned that generally SMEs are, we generally provide various recommendations to SMEs, but we actually do not engage them in the whole development process. So this is the time when we should engage them in the whole development process for the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And Industry 4.0 can assess the recycling. So recycling has been considered a very good industry for, I would say, recycling in addition to resource efficiency, energy efficiency, recycling, circular economy, that Industry 4.0 can be a very good tool or solution for that. The role for G20 is some inputs came like assist other countries in the region to adopt the technologies as per the fourth industrial revolution, because we have disparity, inequality among the participating countries across the globe, especially between developed world, developing countries, and at least developed countries. So that's how the support or assistance should be provided to overcome this issue. Then providing and ensuring that SMEs are the main focus. This we just discussed as one of the point. Making SMEs major players, including SMEs in the whole development process, rather than just informing them to become Industry 4.0. Then women empowerment, and then I think gender equality needs to be made sure. I'm sure our inclusiveness breakout room must have captured this as well, but it is worth repeating or reiterating in this group, and role of Industry 4.0 to be highlighted. So I think this is all from our side, our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Marco, and floor is yours.
Thank you, Salil. This is great summary, and thank you for all the participants in this breakout session. So now, let me give the floor to David Leal to report on the ecosystem. David, the floor is yours, so you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Marco. Let me share my screen as well, just to provide you with the summary of the conversation. We had a good conversation mainly about 6 key points that you can see in blue there, around infrastructure development, funding sources, regulation overlaps, business support services, regional cooperation, and the raising awareness of what the international community and the G20 can do. So in terms of infrastructure, the discussion was about, just as in line with what we were discussing during my presentation, that a pre-step to adopting the Industry 4.0 might be to help the different countries in the region to raise the level of the infrastructure, not only access to electricity and communications and roads, but also internet, access to internet and connectivity and so on. And also we talk about the need for countries to better connect and socialize or do the networking of the different resources available for innovation within a country. With the example was for Indonesia in this case, that is obviously a very large geography. When we speak about innovation, some regions may have more resources for innovation than others, and we need to be able to do this connection between regions to be able to leverage the resources and use them in a more optimal way across the entire country. Then we talk about the funding sources for companies, even for state-owned companies. The challenge there for state-owned companies about navigating central government to be able to get the necessary funding support to adopt Industry 4, but also about information and awareness of what international sources of funding exist to support companies in the region, not only state-owned, but SMEs across the region, and what can be done in that perspective, from providing more information to the whole region of international sources of funding and support. And we talk about regulation overlaps, again, in the case of Indonesia, that there might be examples of cases where different ministries or departments may be creating independent regulations that might overlap slightly. So about how can we, across the region, look inside each country and try to homogenize the regulation, but also informing it through the international experience, no? How can we take international experience to ensure that regulation around this area is developed further? Again, regional cooperation. So not only thinking about regional support for funding, but even if it's about partnerships between companies or between innovation service providers or universities or innovation centers and so on, how can we facilitate this integration, this cooperation and partnerships across the region? That would be a key function that potentially the G20 could do. And also in terms of business support services, really in terms of how can we leverage regional initiatives for business support to help the different countries in the region. And also within one specific country, we look at again in detail at one specific country, how can we actually develop this type of business support services to help with the technical expertise to provide advisory services to companies. That was in a nutshell the 6 topics that we discussed. So happy to chat about it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Very useful that you are dividing what is necessary to do at the national, regional level, and also at the regional level with the G20. So now we move to the inclusiveness, and we have Miquel Paladino. Miquel Paladino.
Yes, thank you very much, Marco. Let me share also my screen so we can see where we are. We had a very interesting discussion. In the template, I tried that you can see. I hope you can see my screen, and I tried to highlight some of the key words, some of the key points that the participants to the working group try to raise. So among the challenges, of course, skills was skills and general education curriculum was one of the most discussed. But however, before going to skills, the other key point that was raised was the digital infrastructure. So as also my colleague David said before discussing about technology adoption, we will need to make sure that all the countries are at the same level, they can guarantee a certain access to a certain minimum level of digital infrastructure to allow people and companies to connect and to use this kind of technology. So beyond the availability of digital infrastructure, of course, skills, but also skills was another discussed point. Other key point among the challenges are social protection, of course, for people that will lose their job, that may lose their job, particularly in the more routine tasks given to automation in particular. But we also discussed how we can make sure that this new technology will be also adopted by small and medium enterprises. And in this respect, among the opportunities, we highlight some key points which are very related to the challenges that we just discussed. For example, the fact that some job will be displaced, it is true that some job will be displaced, but the adoption of new technology will also create new opportunity, jobs and posts that at the moment don't exist yet. So this will be an opportunity, particularly for emerging countries in the Asia and the Pacific that have a young structure of the population, especially when compared to the Western countries. Another key issue will be how to make sure that small and medium enterprises can have access to this new technology. But here, an interesting point that was raised was not only that governments needs to provide money, giving just financial support, but they will need to make sure that SMEs knows how to use the feasibility of adopting this new technology and how to incentivize beyond financial incentives SMEs to take advantage of this new technology. In terms, of course, a point that was clarified during the discussion is that each country is different. So each country has they have their own peculiarities, their own challenges and their own opportunities. However, there is a scope for coordination for the G20. And what we discuss is, for example, the topic of cybersecurity. The G20 could coordinate by maybe create a task force on how to address a cybersecurity issue, because as we know, cybersecurity is something that can be addressed only on a multilateral level. And then a more practical suggestion is that for the G20, possibly within their working group, to provide more in-depth studies that will be updated once in a while on how the advantages of Industry 4.0 technology could be adopted at the national level. So this is it. I think, I mean, the discussion was good. Hopefully, we will have the chances to include the funding of this working group in the background paper that we are preparing in collaboration with UNIDO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikel. This is great summary, very concise. So I will ask all the leaders to share these discussions with the plenary, with the organizers, so we can put together and submit to the government of Indonesia and to G20. Just my appreciation to the leaders, so Salid Dul, David Leal, and Mikel Paladino, and all the participants for having led this breakout session. So before giving the floor back to Amelia, just to mention that I just want to thank you, colleagues that have been working organizing this session. Salid, of course, Rafik Feki, Bastien Chesneau, and Yana Rossi. Thank you very much. So back to you, Amelia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. And ladies and gentlemen, let us give our moderators a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to sincerely thank each and every single one of you, especially the participants here that have conveyed their message as well as shared their knowledge regarding the topics in each our break rooms. Thank you very much. And we'd also like to thank our moderators once again for them to help us connect the dots to finalize as well as recap the messages being conveyed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start a virtual tour around the implementation of Industry 4.0 on MSMEs, on textile, as well as on chemical industry. We will start with MSMEs and their capabilities in terms of implementing Industry 4.0. We will show you a glimpse of their practical applications, tools, and examples of a successful implementation of Industry 4.0. And it will be led by Nartam Andra Nusa from KSU Nira Satria Banyumas.
Welcome to Banyumas, Central Java, one of the largest palm sugar center in Indonesia. In a regency with Purwokerto as its capital, there is small and medium industry named Nira Satria that now has sweetened the organic sugar market industry through local coconut process by craftsmen in various villages in Banyumas Regency with their superior palm sugar product. Nira Satria, which was established in 2008, can absorb palm sugar products of 1,000 palm sugar craftsmen from 9 villages in 3 sub-districts in Banyumas Regency. And it has promoted Banyumas as a producer of high-quality organic palm sugar to countries in Asia, Europe, and the United States. At Nira Satria, the palm sugar produced by craftsmen is stored in a raw material room and then dried by putting it into an oven to remove a water from sugar. After the drying process, sugar is filtered by using a filtering tool and then it goes to the sorting process. The results of sorting process are taken to the packing room for distribution. The palm sugar at Nira Satria is packed in bulk and retail packaging. Implementation of Industry 4.0. As one of the superior commodities, the small and medium industries of palm sugar at present mostly use manual production process and management. It is highly possible to find human error, waste a lot of time, and low traceability. Therefore, The Ministry of Industry, through the Directorate General of Small, Medium and Multivarious Industries, encourage Nira Satria to adopt Industry 4.0 technology in order to improve productivity and increase competitiveness of Indonesian palm sugar small and medium industries in the global market. This effort is carried out gradually starting from the development of information system, supporting facilities aid and assistance. Meanwhile, the outputs of Industry 4.0 implementation of the small and medium industry, Nira Satria include efficiency and traceability from ICS to SMI through a website-based application in palm sugar business process, such as to input the data of sugar, information system, export data record, and export business projection. With the assistant perform, Nira Satria has adopted the implementation of Internet of Things, wherein the oven process. The sensor and temperature can be measured in real time. It also reduces gas consumption to be more efficient because they can monitor temperature data and gas consumption needed. Nira Satria can also conduct traceability from craftsmen, ICS, and SMIs. So they will know the data of supply capability and craftsman quality, as well as how much sugar that has been sent to Nira Satria. With the implementation of Industry 4.0, Nira Satria can improve efficiency and traceability in the palm sugar business process. And at the end, can improve competitiveness of Indonesian palm sugar in the global market.
And ladies and gentlemen, our next session would be another virtual tour on the implementation of Industry 4.0 on textile industry, how it boosts efficiency and competitiveness and integrates resources in technology, machinery, and humankind that has brought about significant changes in the sector. This virtual tour will be led by Politeknik STTT.
Selamat datang di Politeknik STT Bandung. Saya Tina Martina, Direktur Politeknik STT Bandung, akan mengajak untuk virtual tour di kampus kami Politeknik STT Bandung. Politeknik STT Bandung merupakan pionir perguruan tinggi tekstil, penyelenggara vokasi industri bidang tekstil yang berdiri sejak tahun 1922. Pada masa berjalannya, Politeknik STT Bandung mengalami banyak perubahan bentuk pendidikan. Pada saatnya, kami saat ini mencapai usia 100 tahun pendidikan tekstil Indonesia pada pencapaiannya dengan penyelenggaraan program studi Diploma 4 dan program Magister. Pada tahun 2018, Kementerian Perindustrian mempunyai program besar, yaitu Making Indonesia 4.0. Dan sejak tahun 2019, melalui BPSDMI, Politeknik STT Bandung mendapatkan tugas untuk membangun suatu satelit industri 4.0. Di mana pada satelit industri 4.0 kami dapat melayani kebutuhan masyarakat, dunia usaha dan industri dalam rangka transformasi dan mendeliver industri 4.0. Satelit industri 4.0 yang kami miliki pada bidang tekstil dan produk tekstil, pada bidang garment. Kita mulai proses dari body scanner, di mana ketika kita melakukan pengukuran, kita bisa lakukan secara 4.0. Kita akan dilakukan pengukuran dengan beberapa titik dari tubuh kita untuk bisa diukur, lalu akan diolah dengan melalui dari pola CAD. Setelah kita bentuk suatu pola, kita akan membuat suatu desain dan gambar yang akan kita wujudkan melalui mesin digital printing. Di mana pada mesin digital printing kita bisa memilih warna yang kita hendaki dan desain yang akan kita hendaki. Setelah dari digital printing, akan dilanjutkan dengan proses selanjutnya, yaitu proses auto cutting. Di mana proses auto cutting adalah proses memotong suatu bagian atau komponen dari suatu garment yang sudah disiapkan dari proses sebelumnya. Di mana pada proses digital printing, kemudian pada proses auto cutting, kita akan mendapatkan suatu komponen garment yang memang sudah sesuai dengan ukuran yang kita dapatkan ketika kita diambil ukuran pada proses pertama, yaitu pada proses body scanner. setelah proses pemotongan, kita akan masuk kepada proses sewing atau proses penjahitan, di mana akan menggunakan teknologi RFID untuk melihat secara real time akan terhubung melalui dashboard di ruang Command Center. Command Center merupakan suatu ruangan yang merupakan control tower dari aplikasi Key Teknologi 4.0. Kami menempatkan beberapa key teknologi, yaitu mulai dari virtual tour. Kita akan lihat virtual tour yang ada di Politeknik STT Bandung, kemudian digital twin. Di digital twin juga kami akan lengkapi dengan critical parameter monitoring. Kemudian kita juga bisa melihat work order management. Dan yang terakhir kita akan bisa melihat OEE monitoring, di mana koneksi antara mesin-mesin yang ada di Smart Factory akan terkoneksi dengan semua key teknologi yang ada di Command Center. Command Center merupakan media pemantauan kegiatan operasional di bidang industri tekstil dan garment. Digital Satelit Politeknik STT Bandung dibangun sebagai bagian dari PD 4.0 yang mengimplementasikan key teknologi Industri 4.0 pada sektor industri tekstil dan garment. Implementasi teknologi diwujudkan dalam bentuk showcase industri garment dan mini plan industri tekstil, agar pengalaman industri 4.0 dapat dirasakan secara langsung oleh dunia usaha, dunia industri. Selain melihat dan merasakan pengalaman secara langsung, masyarakat pada dunia usaha dan dunia industri dapat memperoleh pelatihan mengenai key teknologi industri 4.0 melalui program Capability Center. Sejak dikembangkan, Digital Satelit Politeknik STT Bandung terus meningkatkan teknologi yang terpasang maupun kemampuan sumber daya manusia pengelolanya, agar dapat berperan serta memperkenalkan teknologi industri 4.0 pada masyarakat dunia usaha, dunia industri, khususnya untuk IKM TPT. Inovasi produk dan proses tekstil turut menjadi bagian dalam proses pengembangan digital satelit ini. Hingga saat ini, pendampingan transformasi industri juga terus kami lakukan secara berkelanjutan. Sejak dikembangkannya digital satelit, Politeknik STT Bandung terus meningkatkan pengelolaan dan kemampuan sumber daya manusia agar dapat mengikuti loncatan perkembangan dan inovasi tekstil masa depan. Maju terus tekstil Indonesia, tumbuh dan tangguh Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next virtual tour is on the implementation of Industry 4.0 on chemical industry. This session will show us how the implementation helps Indonesia achieve self-reliance, brings together both digital and physical advanced technologies, and potentially transform the chemicals industry by promoting strategic growth and streamlining operations. This virtual tour is led by PT Pupuk Kaltim.
Selamat datang di PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Perkenalkan, nama saya Gea Rizkalvia, yang pada hari ini akan memperkenalkan secara singkat tentang Pupuk Kaltim. Pupuk Kaltim berdiri pada tanggal 7 Desember tahun 1977 pada lahan seluas 443 hektar yang berlokasi di Kota Bontang, Kalimantan Timur. Pupuk Kaltim merupakan salah satu anak perusahaan dari PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero dan merupakan pabrik pupuk dengan kapasitas produksi terbesar di Indonesia. Hingga saat ini, Pupuk Kaltim memiliki 5 pabrik urea dengan kapasitas produksi 3,4 juta ton per tahun, 5 pabrik amoniak dengan kapasitas produksi 2,7 juta ton per tahun, dan pabrik NPK dengan kapasitas produksi 350.000 ton per tahun. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, untuk selanjutnya saya akan mengajak Bapak dan Ibu mengunjungi salah satu pabrik PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur, yaitu pabrik Kaltim 5. Berikut ini adalah ruangan control room dari salah satu pabrik kami, yaitu pabrik Kaltim 5. Pabrik Kaltim 5 merupakan pabrik terbaru dan mempunyai kapasitas terbesar di antara pabrik lainnya yang kami miliki. Pupuk Kaltim telah mengimplementasikan berbagai macam use case Industry 4.0, salah satunya adalah penerapan Smart Production. Hal ini dapat membantu meningkatkan reliability, productivity, dan efisiensi perusahaan. Peningkatan reliability peralatan pabrik dilakukan dengan pelaksanaan kegiatan maintenance yang proaktif dan efektif, serta monitoring kesehatan aset pabrik. Hal tersebut bertujuan untuk menjaga dan meningkatkan keandalan peralatan, serta identifikasi indikasi kegagalan lebih dini, sehingga perencanaan kegiatan pemeliharaan menjadi lebih efektif dan efisien. Productivity dapat ditingkatkan dengan meningkatkan rate produksi dan melakukan evaluasi performance secara real-time melalui sistem aplikasi data operasional pabrik yang terintegrasi ke seluruh unit kerja, sehingga dapat memberikan kemudahan akses data historical seluruh pabrik. Untuk meningkatkan efisiensi, perusahaan melakukan monitoring dan evaluasi biaya produksi per pabrik secara berkala dalam rangka implementasi cost leadership. Perhitungan rasio dan konsumsi energi secara otomatis di dalam sistem meningkatkan kecepatan dalam proses evaluasi efisiensi energi dan juga bahan baku. Selain itu, middle and top management dapat melihat keseluruhan integrasi, performance, dan efisiensi energi melalui sebuah dashboard yang dapat mempermudah pengambilan keputusan terkait produksi. Penerapan key teknologi Industri 4.0 telah membantu Pupuk Kaltim dalam menurunkan frekuensi dan durasi unscheduled shutdown, serta dapat meningkatkan efisiensi energi, rate produksi, dan indeks keandalan pabrik. Selanjutnya, mari kita menuju ke DPCS. Pupuk Kaltim juga mengimplementasikan Smart Distribution melalui Distribution Planning and Control System atau DPCS, yang merupakan implementasi horizontal integration di Pupuk Kaltim. DPCS merupakan dashboard yang kami bangun untuk menjawab permasalahan monitoring stok pupuk bersubsidi di wilayah Indonesia yang menjadi wilayah penugasan Pupuk Kaltim. Melalui DPCS, data yang berasal dari berbagai sumber kemudian diintegrasikan dalam sebuah dashboard sehingga Pupuk Kaltim dapat melakukan monitoring stok pupuk bersubsidi secara geospasial, mulai dari lini 1 gudang produksi muntah hingga lini 4 atau distributor dan pengecer. DPCS juga dilengkapi dengan informasi lain seperti pupuk dalam perjalanan, baik menggunakan kapal maupun truk, informasi gudang, kegiatan bongkar muat di seluruh pelabuhan di wilayah kerja Pupuk Kaltim, alokasi pupuk bersubsidi, serta penjualan. Melalui DPCS, Pupuk Kaltim dapat mengendalikan distribusi pupuk subsidi secara akurat dan real-time, menjadi decision support system dalam pengelolaan distribusi pupuk bersubsidi, sehingga dapat meminimalkan kelangkaan dan meningkatkan efisiensi biaya distribusi. Atas keberhasilan tersebut, DPCS saat ini telah diimplementasikan di Pupuk Indonesia dan semua anak perusahaan di bawah Pupuk Indonesia. Sekian virtual tour kita pada kali ini. Sampai jumpa pada kesempatan yang lain. Stay safe, stay healthy. Pupuk Kaltim, future is ours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, those were our virtual tours. And next, it is on the recommendation and announcements of Jakarta Agenda on Industry 4.0 to be delivered by Mr. Esam Alcarara, the UNIDO representative in Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give him a big round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellency Papa Agus Gumiwang Karta Sasmita, I think he would be around, the Minister. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am very pleased and honored to read out the Jakarta Declaration, which summarize and conclude the outcomes and the recommendations of the second Asia-Pacific Regional Conference, which is RCID2. We, the delegations of Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Japan, Mongolia, and Republic of Korea have met in a hybrid format at the second regional conference on industrial development under the title Acceleration of Industry 4.0 for Inclusive and sustainable industrialization, herein referred to RCID2 in Jakarta, Indonesia on 10 to 11 November 2021. Referring to the Bali Declaration on Industry 4.0 at the first regional conference on industrial development, RCID1 in Bali, Indonesia, November 2018, which urged the governments to promote further cooperation to address the challenges and seize the opportunities for the fourth industrial revolution. Acknowledging that the fourth industrial revolution is a key driver for boosting productivity and competitiveness, poverty alleviation, economic diversification, and inclusive and sustainable industrialization, as well as for strengthening the global post-pandemic recovery and the achievement of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as the implementation of the United Nations Secretary General, our common agenda. Noting that the speed of transformational change under the fourth industrial revolution is unprecedented and exponential and has been accelerated by COVID-19 global pandemic. Mindful of the variety of barriers that prevent countries in the Asia and Pacific region from harnessing the potential fourth industrial revolution technologies, and of the concerns emerging about the risk involved in the widespread deployment of these technologies, and in particular, the risk of growing digital divide and digital paradox. Noting that the fourth industrial revolution provides a major change for world economy to steer towards sustainable and green development pathways that could help humanity avoid the harmful consequences of climate change and advance gender equality and youth empowerment within the industry of the future. Recognizing the RCID2 as a platform for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, here and after referred to as UNIDO, member states in Asia and Pacific region, key stakeholders and experts to identify priority areas that can help the region harness opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution, in addition to providing inputs from Asia and Pacific region to the G20 discussions in 2022. Recognizing the important role that global cooperation, including through platforms like the G20, plays to help countries to address risks and gaps, and to harness the opportunities offered by Industry 4.0 for the benefit of the prosperity, people, and the planet. Do hereby declare our vision, our volition to keep promoting the implementation of Industry 4.0 in Asia-Pacific region, and call for the stakeholders in Asia-Pacific countries to continue to explore solutions to address challenges and seize opportunities for accelerating the fourth industrial revolution for inclusive and sustainable industrialization. 2, urge the governments in the region to prioritize evidence-based policy making to support the digital transformation of their economies through inclusive and sustainable industrialization pathways, and to continue to engage in a dialogue with their peers to identify suitable policies and standards in the region and beyond to be adopted to the specific country needs. 3,
call on the G20 to prioritize the digitalization and the production of other applications of the fourth industrial revolution as a key avenue to support resilience and an inclusive and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic toward the Sustainable Development Goals. Fourth, urge the governments to create an enabling and inclusive development to foster the application of the new technologies and business models and enhance innovation ecosystems so that they can provide the conditions for the development, diffusion, and the deployment of technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, and to ensure adequate access to all and their use of sustainable development. 5, urge the government and stakeholders in the region to encourage and support the human resource development, especially in enhancing technology implementation to disseminate Industry 4.0. 6, call on the government, the private sector, stakeholders in the region, and international organizations to support firms, and in particular micro and small and medium enterprises, to fully participate in the digital transformation of industries. Measures in this regard should join, not least, at increasing awareness and capacities as they relate to the technical and the strategic solution offered by the fourth industrial revolution, as well as mitigating options for the essential challenges. 7, call on all stakeholders in the region to document and share evidence of opportunities unleashed by the Industry 4.0 for the creation of inclusive jobs and income for all, including the economic empowerment of women and youth, as well as the emergence of new future-proof economies, activities, and quality products for consumers. 8, take actions and mitigate downside risks and maximize synergies between Industry 4.0 and pathways for resilient, sustainable, climate-positive, and resource-efficient production processes and industrial development. 9, request the government of Indonesia and UNIDO to continue holding RCIDs on a regular basis to ensure continuous regional dialogue, as well as to keep abreast of the rapidly evolving policies and technology landscape of the fourth industrial revolution. 10, urge the government and stakeholders in Asia Pacific in Asia and the Pacific to establish a permanent regional consultation and knowledge mechanism, including networks and consultation platforms that will facilitate the exchange of experiences, peer learning, and transfer of technologies and best practices of the fourth industrial revolution. 11, urge UNIDO and other international organizations to further support the Asia-Pacific countries in ensuring inter alia conducive policies making and enabling business environment and innovation ecosystems, the upscaling of the reskilling of the workforce, the development and the adoption of standards and certificates, financial support for technology development, adoption and diffusion, capacity building for policy makers, industries, in particular the micro and SMEs in developing countries toward the implementation of Industry 4.0. And finally, 12, welcome the consideration of challenges and opportunities for sustainable development presented by Industry 4.0 by a global mechanism like the G20, and encourage further collaboration to help countries harness the digital transformations for the benefit of prosperity, people, and the planet. With this, I would like to thank you very much, and back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Esam Al-Karara, the UNIDO representatives in Indonesia and Timor-Leste, for your very comprehensive recommendation and announcement of Jakarta agenda on Industry 4.0. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, next, please allow me to also welcome Mr. Alfiano Tamala. He's the Chargé d'Affaires of the Republic of Indonesia to Austria.
Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Minister Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Managing Director for Digitalization, Technology and Agribusiness of UNIDO, Dr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento, Director General of Resilience, Territorial and International Industrial Access KPAII, Mr. Eko S. A. Cahyanto, the UNIDO representative in Indonesia, Mr. Esam Al-Karara, Ministers, Head of Delegations, Ambassadors of UNIDO Member States, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the successful convening of the Second Regional Conference on Industrial Development, Second RCID. I closely followed that during these 2 days, the Second RCID had brought together policymakers from Asia Pacific, along with other stakeholders from private sector, academia, business and industry associations, and other related institutions to discuss key issues related to the acceleration of Industry 4.0 for inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Although the second RCID was held in hybrid format due to the current global pandemic, it did not stop us from having fruitful discussion and deliberation throughout the sessions. Subsequently, I would like to comment on the official signing of the Indonesia UNIDO Country Program IUCP 2021-2025 between the Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia and the Director General of UNIDO at the opening ceremony yesterday. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the second RCID is a very strategic and timely event to expedite industrial, inclusive, and sustainable post-pandemic recovery, as well as significant to promote global and regional cooperation in the transformation process towards the fourth industrial revolution. More recently, the pandemic has accelerated and increased the use of digital technologies for both customers and firms in the Asia Pacific. Adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies apparent through e-commerce, digital platforms, and smart manufacturing, albeit growing, is still uneven among countries in the region. Therefore, these past 2 days, the conference had also discussed on ways to engage SMEs in the global value chain, as well as strengthening human resources and fostering natural resources utilization optimization through green industry in times of pandemic and in post-pandemic recovery efforts. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after nearly 2 years, we have still not fully emerged from the COVID-19 crisis. Even as growth rates start to pick up globally, the recovery remains highly uneven, particularly among developing countries with various capacity to implement strong economic measures in support of a robust recovery. Although full economic recovery is still an ongoing challenge, nevertheless, I have faith in our region as a whole. Amidst the global financial crisis in 2008, the Asia-Pacific region was among the first to carry out recovery efforts and strong economic fundamentals regime, and we can still do it this time. In this conference, we have discussed and shared on the challenges of Industry 4.0 in the Asia-Pacific regions in times of pandemic and in post-pandemic recovery efforts. To me, this reflects the willingness to collaborate and enhance partnerships between various stakeholders in the Asia and the Pacific region. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to Indonesia's presidency in G20 next year, the convening of the second RCID is indeed an important milestone towards the overall preparation, particularly in its role to provide recommendation and regional action plan towards the preparation of the G20 meetings and related working groups and task force. Lastly, it is our hope that we can carry out the deliberations from the second RCID and further develop our close cooperation in the region in the upcoming years. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Mr. Alfiano a big round of applause. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on the delivering conference deliverables and closing remarks, please allow me to welcome Mr. Eko S.A. Cahyanto, the Director General of Industrial Resilience Region and International Industrial Access of the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Honorables, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. These past 2 days, we already have a depth discussions, exchange ideas and experience regarding the implementation of Industry 4.0. in the Asia-Pacific region. Compared to few years ago, today we are one step ahead, whereas we are no longer dwelling on the theoretical approach on how the implementation of the Industry 4.0, but more to concrete efforts that can be used as a success story to be adopted by UNIDO member countries in the region. Allow me to convey my highest appreciation for all the speakers, presenters, and moderators for providing us a rich and novel insight on the implementation of Industry 4.0. I would also like to thank the participants for the attendance and active participation on the second regional conference on industrial development. We have managed to produce the Jakarta Agenda on Industry 4.0 as it has just been declared by Mr. Esam Al-Karara from UNIDO. Honorables, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is our great expectation that the Jakarta Agenda could be followed up by each UNIDO member countries in the Asia-Pacific regions. I believe a strong willingness and concrete actions in realizing the Jakarta Agenda could accelerate the implementation of Industry 4.0 to develop an inclusive and sustainable development, as well as to boost the post-COVID-19 pandemic economic recovery. Indonesia, with the support of UNIDO, will represent developing countries in fighting and raising the recommendation from the Jakarta Agenda on Industry 4.0 as the main priority issues in the G20 Trade Investment Industry Working Group, or TIIWG, in 2020. As the organizers of this second RCID, we once again encourage UNIDO and UNIDO member countries in the Asia-Pacific region to genuinely committed to implementing similar conference and to concretely follow up the Jakarta Agenda implementation for the advance of industry in the regions. Finally, once again, we would like to thank for the incredibly active participation from the speakers and the participants, and I truly hope that we can get through this pandemic and we can recover stronger, recover together. Stay healthy and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Eko, for the closing remarks. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we have almost reached the end of the second RCID, all in all, we have covered such important topics and we've had such a productive conference. And amongst them is the digital transformation ecosystem inclusivity, as well as sustainable issues. And we've also mentioned regarding the involvement of SMEs, the heartbeat of the economy. And we've also mentioned regarding the regional cooperation efforts and to accelerate Industry 4.0's adoption. Once again, I'd like to thank and appreciate the moderators as well as the speakers for sharing their insights with all of us. And I hope everyone has gained incredible insights from all of them. And ladies and gentlemen, to look back on the first day as well as the second day of our conference, if you'd allow me to recap a little bit and deliver what our keynote speakers have emphasized, is that I remember, especially during the press conference, what the officials have conveyed to the media is that His Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, the Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, he had emphasized on the importance of fair play with developed countries. And also remember that also on the first day of our conference, through His Excellency Bapak Airlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, whom had highlighted the importance that our conference could aid in better economic recovery through better methods, a more sustainable method. And also His Excellency President Joko Widodo on setting the conference on a very high note towards its success of our mission and vision. And ladies and gentlemen, Industry 4.0 indeed promises all of us to improve methods of production as well as business models that together could accelerate the deployment of renewable energy in manufacturing, therefore a better and more sustainable way of doing. And in turn, this could help us tackle global climate issues as well as the lack of access to clean energy, and help us towards a greener energy, a more sustainable energy, and many more. However, for the Industry 4.0 also presents challenges and obstacles to all of us related to countries' ability and could efficiently and rapidly introduce new technologies in manufacturing processes that could eventually result in greater inequality. So, wherever there's a silver lining, we'll also have to focus on what it could bring. Therefore, every positivity has a negativity. And in this case, we must also focus on the equality and the chances, the opportunities of the people as well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, Industry 4.0, is it hope, is it revolution, or is it both? Are we all ready to embrace this collaborative way of focusing on working on this supply chain? Well, to start, let us all gradually leave the old boring approach and let us genuinely focus on the good of Industry 4.0 to be the agent of change, and surely needs to be about collaboration, about teamwork, and about partnership as well, because only those that we could have the key towards success. And ladies and gentlemen, let us also ensure industries that we can all be proud of and from which we can all continue to prosper and to thrive together. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, as well as UNIDO, I'd like to once again convey our thank you, to extend our profound gratitude to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. Ladies and gentlemen, without your support, this conference would not be possible. So for that, let us give all of us here a big round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, what a productive conference we all had, and I hope everyone's been taking notes these past few days. And ladies and gentlemen, let us see you again on our next conference. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite everyone to please come up on stage to capture this great moment with a group photo session. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilakan Anda untuk